It's my face. Kind of. Oh no, that's not right. I meant to loosen this first. There we go. Fix my stuff. Angle that so that's a bit better, even though I don't think it really makes any realistically noticeable difference. I can hear everything. Come here, shirt. You're gonna go here and dampen the sound of your victim. So we don't have to listen to it anymore. I still think that scene that happened last time was super good. So, alright, so at this point I'll probably start the VOD. Well, like before this point, but you know what I mean. I wanted to mention something. I think at the end of last time, I stated that, oh, it's fine. We'll go live, you know, and I'll probably take blah, blah, blah. I ended up taking yesterday and the day before off instead. What's today? For the record, what's the 30th? Thursday. So I ended up taking Wednesday, Tuesday Wednesday off. And I didn't really mean to. It wasn't like a plan. But yeah. They all do not look very enthused. Yeah, I almost don't want us to beat this lady right now. Or sashimi.
There's no point in reading it unless you plan on making it.
The first time she said that, I even like read out the description of the fucking thing and read the whole thing out, and it just fucking caught me right off guard. I should have clipped it, but I forget where it was. I've been lazy about it. It was a funny little bit. Yeah, I don't think we have any side quests to do yet. Like, we literally have to do the main story. There's nothing left to do. I could be wrong on that, though. Let me double check. Actually, I think there is a side quest to do. But it's like... 1 in Vicent. 2 in Vicent, sorry, my bad. We'll eventually go back for them.
No choice. I'm on it. Super Demon Fang. Demon Fang. Double Demon Fang. Whirlwind Snap.
Into the shadows! Here goes!
Watch it. Demon Fang. I'm on it. Double Demon Fang. You're done. Super Swallow Dance.
Do it! Okay!
Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade.
Take it! Go!
You're never gonna get some big
Double
for that.
Demon Fang. Too fast. Stand back. I'll trip it up.
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life. They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
Well, nobody can say I'm not ballsy. Alright, let's rectify this real quick by going to the inn.
We've reached our destination.
We can do this now.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
This came out so good. I almost hate having to eat it. This ice cream
I was
tastes
trying to figure
so
out one
good.
we didn't have a scene for.
I swear, you're always having ice cream, even when it's freezing cold out.
And who made you the food police?
No
Yeah,
one.
Law.
I'm just saying that's a lot of ice cream. Don't you ever, throw up or anything?
No.
Did you really just say that? Try thinking before you talk.
Huh? What do you mean? All I'm saying is I'm just a little worried about you, okay?
Well, don't be. I can have ice cream whenever I want.
You say that, but you know what's gonna happen if you keep eating ice cream all the time.
It's none of your business what I eat or how often.
Arguing over the consumption of a frozen dairy product. Ah, to be young.
Naive might be more accurate.
Nah, I'm with Rimmel on this. Ice cream for supper, ice cream for breakfast, ice cream for lunch. Aqueous Surge. Ooh. Wasn't there something we wanted to get her? Maybe not. Oh, that's right. We made the trek here already.
We've reached our destination.
A dead end?
No, there's an elevator. Looks operational.
Ooh.
I can't believe there's actually an underground harbor here. There are even boats docked.
I only see Danans. Think they were forced to work here?
Probably. Let's see what they have to share about Almadria.
Yeah, curious about this. This might not be the best place in the world to work, but at least you spend your days never knowing how to worry about starving. Or, yeah, I said that weirdly. Yeah, you can't head out to fish in the ocean, but if you don't mind river fishing, there's a good spot outside. Ooh. A good spot outside with all the fish you could ever want.
You didn't happen to see a lord come by, did you?
Sorry, friend, but she just left. Came by with a whole posse of underlings, boarded her ship, and took off at first wind. We damn near got blown away. She was that much in a hurry.
Damn! So we missed her!
You guys trying to go after her? Need a ride?
Are you saying you know how to steer a ship?
Spent most of my life chained to the deck of some ship or other. Yeah, I know my jib from my boom.
We don't know how dangerous it'll be. Better you give us the boat and stay on solid ground.
Whoa there! You been out on the water before? The sea ain't nobody's friend, you know. You need a sea dog like me, or you'll sink her before she makes it out the harbor.
We're losing time. Sir, we're in your debt.
Now that's more like it. Name's Mahavar. Just give me a holler when you're all set and we'll set sail.
I kind of like this guy, but at the same time, he does not have a fucking clue what he's getting himself into. Do a cursory once over of the place so that we see if we can miss any items. I don't think we did. We'd be really fucking hard pressed to miss shit. Nope, we're good.
This is like a dream come true. Never gotten to captain a ship before. Never would have thought I'd get a chance like this. Thank you, y'all.
The pleasure's all ours. Think we'll catch up to her?
Course we will. They got too much weight on them. Meanwhile, this ship's carrying nothing but us salty scalawags. They got a good head start on us, but we can take them.
Do you know if there are any Danans on that ship?
Couldn't say for sure. On the one hand, seeing as it's supposed to be something of another castle, I'd reckon they probably wouldn't let a bunch of Danans on board. On the other hand, I'd be real surprised if the Renans were able to pilot that thing all by themselves. In any case, it's gonna be a while before we reach her. Until then, you're all free to do whatever. Just don't fall in the ocean.
I know, Mom. Var said we could take it easy, but there's not exactly a lot to do on this boat. I guess I'll check in on everyone and see how they're holding up.
So we brought people along, huh?
Do you think Law is okay?
If you're worried, why don't you ask him yourself?
Yeah. I think maybe I should apologize to him too. I should apologize to all of you, really.
Us too?
Well, I was kinda lying to you all this whole time. I was blind to everything except my own revenge. I never even considered the struggles all of you might be facing.
We all have things we'd prefer to keep to ourselves, Rinwell. So what if you had something to hide? It doesn't undo the good that you've done, or the people that you've helped save along the way.
Yeah.
But that's not what I mean.
I know. You're talking about Almadria, right?
Yeah. I hate her, Alphen. I can't stop hating her. Even just thinking about her makes my head feel like it's going to explode. But it's not just her. I think about the way Law looked at me. I hated the Lord who killed my parents. And I hated the Renans I had to travel alongside. And yet, Cislodius Danans backstab each other like it's a normal way of life. And Mahag Sar has people like Deadeye. But then there are people like Law
Not anymore, they don't.
and Shion. It's all just too much. I don't know what to think anymore.
Law never said that you had to forgive Almadria. It's only natural you would hate your family's murderer. But
But what?
Law left home because of how much he hated his father. As a result of that, well, I think Law spent a lot of time thinking about how they never got to make things right. And if I had to guess, killing Ganabel didn't make any of those feelings go away. Law let revenge fuel him, and I think now he's afraid you'll do something you'll regret.
Yeah, see, this is what I mentioned last time, to some extent.
Afraid?
I'm really glad they're touching on this.
Whatever happens to Almadria when this is all over is up to you. I'll respect whatever choice you make. Just think it over carefully for me, okay? You still have time.
Okay. Thanks, Alphen. Say, back then, after the fight, I think I really made Xion mad. I don't know, though. Maybe it just looked that way. But I guess I just can't seem to understand how she feels. Do you know why she gets like that?
Xion's... She can be a tough nut to crack. She doesn't really talk a whole lot about herself.
It's just what she said about hate being a source of strength. Where did that come from? I wonder how it feels, not being able to hold another person's hand.
Yeah, good scene. It was one of those moments where, like, I mentioned a little bit of that. Because, like, that scene is kind of knee-jerking at first, right? It's like, you know, I'm sure people could draw the argument of, like, well, Law had his time, and the rest of the party are off doing... who knows what's it, for whatever reasons, right? But then... all of a sudden, Law's like, nah, Rinwell, you can't get your revenge. Sucks to suck, nerd. You know, for a lot of people, I feel like at the gate, that's like, oh, that's fucking bullshit. That's stupid. I've definitely heard people make similar arguments for similar scenes, but the first thought that came to my mind was that, like, Law probably already knows where, you know, knows this song and dance. He recognizes it, and yeah. And I like that Elfin drew that same conclusion. He's just like, well, he knows how he felt afterwards, and he probably doesn't think that you're gonna like it. It's a lesson learned, and he's trying to impart that knowledge.
I took a look around inside the ship just in case, but I didn't find anything that looked like it might be suspicious.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
You know, it wasn't until I left Calaglia that I finally realized just how big the world is.
When we tore down the wall in Calaglia, and I could finally see the horizon in the far-off distance, I had the exact same thought.
Yeah, somehow the sea is different, though. I'm not sure just how to put it. It's almost as if it just goes on forever. I bet my old man would have been blown away by this view.
Yeah.
Ever since he died, I've been thinking about what it was that he was really trying to say to me at the end. I keep going over his words again and again. And heck, maybe I'm just overthinking it all. But still, sometimes I wonder if it could have turned out differently. If there was something I could have done. But no matter how much I play it back, I'm still no closer to finding any answers. And then there's everything with Rinwell. I stopped her from killing Almadria, but was that really the right thing to do?
Did you stop her, though?
Or did I just end up making things harder for her? I feel like such a screw-up.
You're not the only one. I keep asking myself what Zephyr would have done had he been here. Like, I think, how would Zephyr have handled Rinwell?
Yeah, I think he definitely would have stopped her. No doubt about it.
And that's exactly what you did, Law.
Well, yeah, because Zephyr was all
I
about
think
not
he'd be
stirring
really
the
proud
pot.
of you.
He wanted his freedom
Alfred,
back, but he didn't want
Zephyr's
to
not the worst
take
yardstick to
Renans
measure
in
ourselves
turn.
against. Let's
Kinda
both
deal,
do
right?
our best to make him proud.
Sounds like a deal. Thanks, Alvin.
Hey, Zephyr had a strict only kill what you need to kill policy, right? So.
Hold
Hey,
that
Dave.
pose long enough and someone might just come along and paint you.
Any artist who'd see fit to paint me needs their eyes tested.
What can you tell me about Almadria?
Not as much as you'd probably wish. I only ended up crossing paths with her a handful of times, after I was chosen to be a lord on Lenegus.
Ah, right. I almost forgot about Lenegus. How much do you think they know about what's been going on down here?
It's safe to assume they know everything, though I know not why they choose to remain uninvolved. Perhaps they see what's been happening as just part of the ongoing crown contest.
Even what Almadria did? Has it really reached the point where her actions are seen as normal?
Not to my knowledge, no. At its core, the crown contest is a competition to see who can amass the most astral energy. And to amass such energy, slaves are needed to collect it from. It's therefore against the Lord's interest to kill them.
So then why would Almadria do something like that?
We must remember that time is running out in the crown contest. Perhaps her hand was forced, so to speak. It is a way to accrue astral energy faster and in larger quantities than through slave labor. Doing so kills off that labor force, obviously, but it is a means to an end nonetheless. No one could have foreseen that something like the Hollowing would arise back when the contest was first conceived.
Is becoming the Sovereign of Renna really that important to the Lords?
Of course. It's the greatest prize one can attain in their eyes. In that respect, at least, I'm really not that surprised that Almadria resorted to what she did,
Pretty much.
as utterly despicable as it is.
Although to be fair, there's been a
It's
fair
reassuring to hear you feel the same way I do.
I worry that the only
scenes.
reason I never did anything similar in Menancia
Mostly
was
side
due to my
quests.
lack of ambition.
If you didn't want to be reminded of your past, you could have just plugged your ears.
You think too highly of me. I'm afraid I must respectfully disagree. I'm not nearly as virtuous of a person as you might wish to believe.
If that's so, would you have been so shaken up when Kisara lost her brother? Why else would you turn your back on your own kind and choose to fight for Miguel's dream? Aren't we just Danans?
A curious choice of words. Did what you see in Mahag Sar hit you that hard?
What Deadheim did to that city, he didn't liberate anyone. Anyone who refused to follow him was an enemy in his eyes. 300 years of Renan rule taught him nothing.
What I have come to understand is that the conflict extends beyond Danan versus Renan. There is an internal quarrel as well. I mean to bring about a true, lasting coexistence in Menancia. But there are more walls we must topple first.
And you don't think you can pull it off?
Well, you seem to think you can, at least.
Does that make us enemies?
Insofar as an exchange of swordplay, no, it doesn't.
Not good enough for you?
Are you really... Forgive me. I will continue to fight by your side a while longer. That much I have decided.
Okay, another good scene. A king or a prince? A lord of sorts. So the running premise in this game, Dave, is that one world is more technologically advanced than the other, and I don't think I can show you as there's a lot of clouds in the way, but there's another planet just above those clouds somewhere, and the people from that planet came down to this one and 300 years ago and enslaved the people in order to play their little game and use their life force as a fuel for magic, basically. Long story short, I'm cliff noting that a bit. So this is 300 years later, and basically a bunch of slaves rise up, and honestly, they did it in such a cool way. Like, it's not your generic, oh, we just take the day and, you know, we beat the slavers, cut off their heads, parade, and then, like, on to the next. They actually have done a lot of really interesting, like, nuanced things with, like, the way that they handle each, like, area. So each lord handles their slaves differently, based on how they choose to basically draw astral energy out of them. This dude, on the other hand, was an outlier in that he didn't want to be a part of the contest at all. He didn't want to be a lord and kind of got forced into it. And as a form of running away from his duties, he just didn't enslave his people. He basically had this moment of, like, he didn't do it because he wanted to be righteous and virtuous necessarily, but he did it because he saw it as, like, a means to an end in a form. Again, paraphrasing pretty hard, it actually made a lot of sense, and they've so far been really, really, like, great with portraying his character. He didn't just, like, flip a switch once and then be like, oh, wait, slaves are bad? Oh, fuck, that's my bad, guys. Nah, he's slowly learning that. He's slowly learning, even though he disagrees with his people and the way that they do things, he still is part of their culture, part of their people, so he still has a lot of their, like, emotions toward things. Same with the main heroine. I don't know where she is right now. She's also a part of their up there, part of their group of people. And while she's not a lord, and she's never had slaves or anything like that, she was in a point of, like, she still didn't like the Donnan people, the people of this world, because it's just kind of how she was raised. So it's been a large portion of trying to break people out of, like, their old preconceived habits. But I like it. They even flipped it. Rinwell here is, like, the people have been making the joke online pretty consistently that she's, like, the party racist, despite being one of the slaves, because even though these two run-ins and actually several others so far now have been pretty cool and actually pretty sympathetic to our cause in some form or fashion, she's just unconditionally hated them. But it's actually kind of cool to watch her come to terms with the fact that, like, I think they're really trying to hit home the idea that, like, everyone's human, and it's good. I'm paraphrasing very, very hard. I'd recommend this game a ton. If you're looking for a new RPG to play through, it's very fun. And the story is pretty good. It's got a little bit of a generic turn for the first few, like, arcs, but, like, not to say it's, like, bad. It's just, like, you'll probably see it coming. It's not, like, the most surprising set of storytelling for the first little bit, but I'd say by, like, the third, and now we're on the fourth arc, it is insane. The twists come and they hit very hard. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We still gotta talk to Sarah. I forgot.
Lean much further, you'll go overboard. Keeping an eye out for Almadria's ship?
I'm looking at the ocean.
The ocean?
I'm sad they
Yeah.
got rid of co-op in this one, though.
The
That's the one
waves. They
glaring
help me
flaw this
think.
game has.
This world is filled with natural wonders. The icy air and white peaks of Cislodia, the lush green glades of Menancia, the harsh wastes of Calaglia. But Menancia has its Lake of Death, and Nias its ruins. And they wouldn't be there if it weren't for that contest.
Say we actually managed to put a stop to the crown contest for good.
Yeah.
What do you think will happen between the Dannans and the Renans then?
You first.
Well, I want to believe that the coexistence we saw in Menancia can happen elsewhere, too. It's insane. For all of us to keep fighting. If Menancia can do it, so can everyone else.
Yeah, I think that would be good too. A world where everyone can get along. At least, that's what I've come to believe.
You sure have changed.
I can't lie to you. Since I was young, I've looked down on the Danans too. But I've seen a lot. And I see things differently now. I've seen so many ugly and terrible things in this world. And yet, they didn't come from just the Danans. And the good things too. They didn't come from just the Renans. Kindness and cruelty exist on both sides. A person's race doesn't factor into it. So, I guess you're right after all, Alphen. I have changed. You know, I've never actually touched another person like this.
Shion.
You're gonna make Elfin cry,
Ever
Shion.
since
Come
I was
on.
on Lenegis, I've always been alone. Even after I came to Dana. Always.
And now?
Do you still not remember your past?
No. Sometimes it feels like I can almost remember. But then this mask stops me.
The mask keeps you from remembering why you have the mask in the first place. It's a little ironic, isn't it?
A little. Well, it won't be long now before you're rid of those thorns, you know? Only 2 lords remain. And once you have their master course, you'll be able to create the Renis Alma, right? Then you can... Shion?
Sorry, it's nothing. Promise. You're right, though. It'll all be over soon. I never could have made it this far on my own. I have everyone to thank for that. Including... especially you,
So,
Alphen.
dude in
Don't
this
worry
scene
about it.
is
friends,
Adonin,
after
which
all.
are the slave race, and she's a Renin, which is the Overlord race.
We are.
Yep. And she's from a different planet that's up in the sky somewhere. You can't see it because of the clouds. And he's from this planet. Or as far as we're aware, he has amnesia, so we don't really know much about him. It's just figured that he is a Donan. Donan, however you want to pronounce it. Yeah, I think that there's a large and great setup going on in these games. In this game specifically, I mean, but
You don't look so good. Are you all right?
The floor. It keeps moving. How can you stand it? How can you even stand?
I'm not the best person to ask about discomfort. I can't feel pain, remember?
I still can't believe what happened in Niez. Even now. As a lord, my expectations for Almadria were already pretty low. But the way she treated human lives like they're mere playthings.
Yeah. And it wasn't as if the situation in Niaz was improving much to begin with.
You mean Deadheim?
The whole reason I started fighting back was because of my anger at the atrocities of Renin rule.
yep.
Back then,
Has something to do with
all
his
I had to
amnesia,
worry
I
about
think.
was fighting the Renins for the sake of the Danans. But then I met Shion and the people of Menancia, and things became a lot more complicated. It's even messier now that we have to worry about Danans like Deadheim.
It used to be that the Danans were the ones in the right, and the Renans were the ones in the wrong. Though, maybe that was just a biased perspective from being on the side of the oppressed.
Exactly. I'll never tolerate the Renans ruling over us. But nothing ever ends up being as black and white as you'd expect it to be either. That's clear to me now.
That said, even putting aside bad apples like Deadheim for a moment, you may be able to free the Danan people. But that won't undo 300 years of oppression. It'll be hard for them to not give in to their resentment. I think maybe that's why I clung to our dream so hard back in Menancia.
Even if his motivations weren't pure, Dohalim has a good heart. He didn't sink to the depths Almadria did.
You don't understand. I'm saying that it goes deeper than that. This hierarchy we live in, it's not solely something the Renans invented. I remember a story Rinwell once told me. She said before the Renans invaded, we Danans had our own class system. We are the ones who divided ourselves. I saw it in Deadheim's eyes. He wanted to rule over others.
To hear Bayfon tell it, Deadheim wasn't always that way.
But as time went on, and he and the Darkwings fought the Renans, he eventually changed. I guess what I'm getting at is, if we defeat the Renans but just go back to the way things were before, was there even any point in fighting?
But that world isn't the one you want to create, right?
Maybe not. But to tell you the truth, these days I'm not so sure that dream is even possible.
You have your promise to Megal, though. Your home and the people of Menancia are depending on you.
I know. My brother. He truly believed in his dream of coexistence. And I suppose, even now, many people still do. And then, there's you.
Who, me?
You and Shion.
I'm not sure I follow.
Okay, then let me spell
Oh.
it out for you.
Oh no.
How many other Renans and Danans do you know that get on as spectacularly as the two of you?
I don't know that I'd say spectacularly.
Well, I suppose it's really all a matter of how you look at it, isn't it?
I really don't see what you're getting.
I think I'm getting seasick again. Sorry. Can you just give me a wide berth for a few minutes?
Wonder how much longer it's going to be before we catch up to Almadria. I'll ask Mahalar.
Yeah, so you see, Dave, the sword on his back, the flaming one. It's a manifestation of her Master Core that she... Actually, I don't think they ever explained how she ended up getting the Master Core yet. Basically, the issue with it is that unlike the other elements that are much more self-contained, fire tends to hurt even its own wielder. So she couldn't use it, and she couldn't have it, and she couldn't get other people to use it because even if she could just heal back the damage, it would hurt the shit out of them, and it really fuck with the person wielding it. But since he can't feel pain, he can just wield it like no other. And afterwards, she can just heal him. Is basically the dynamic they have going on. That should have been better that should have been a better head start than I first thought. If you want to take a nap before things pop off, well, now's the time. Yeah. He's kind of got that berserker archetype going on where as he attacks, certain attacks will take health from him.
Look who's up. Good timing. We're closing in on her stern as we speak.
That's the ship? She's huge. Law, go gather the others, will you? Think you'll be able to flank them without getting spotted?
Yeah, with the fog as our ally, I think I might just pull it off. Long as we ain't too noisy, we should be okay.
What'll you do if they catch on to us?
Not much I can do. Ship that size, they'll probably blow us to bits before we ready cannons.
Persistent little things. Evidently, I shouldn't have spared the wretched vermin. Hungry already, my dear? Worry not, for you shall have plenty to
So she's
feast
gonna
upon
use-
shortly.
My guess is she's going to use the ship as her new palace.
Perfect. You managed to get us right up beside them.
I'll stay with the ship so we can leave as soon as you're done.
Good. Then let's find Almadria.
Mobile Fortress Gradia.
Shion,
Okay.
I want to thank you. What brought this on? What you said helped to calm me. Don't mention it.
Perfect.
Now that's what I call a ship!
Yeah. The biggest one in all of Mahagsar. So big that it took years to construct.
For all we know, Kelselik may well have been smuggling materials to help build it. In which case it would be yet another mistake on my part.
We don't know that she was only getting materials from Menancia.
You think it's possible that they might have come from elsewhere too? Yeah, I guess I could see it.
But what do you think Almadria
Don't think the
plans
other
to
lords
do
would have
from
thought
here
much
on
of it
out,
if she
now that she's
requested those
abandoned
kinds of
her
materials.
realm and sailed out to sea?
She'll be filling her coffers with gold, most likely. Then she'll sit back and enjoy the show as the other lords duke it out. Or something to that effect, at least.
I wouldn't put it past her.
She's strong, yet shrewd, and will stoop to any low. A dangerous one indeed.
She's not the first, and she won't be the last. This is a lord we're talking about, remember?
Sounds like you've made up your mind already.
There was never anything
Oh no,
to decide.
she earned the sword in her gut.
No
She
one
earned
who
it
can smile
very
like
much
that
so.
while doing what she did deserves to roam free.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
This might not be the best time, but if you have a minute. That mask of yours, it was shattered by a blow from Balsef when you fought back in Calaglia, correct?
Yeah, thanks for the reminder. I thought I was a goner.
Balsef's brute strength was in a league all its own, yet half the mask remains. It's remarkably durable. Too durable to be Danon in origin.
Shion said the same thing. As if the fact I was wearing it meant there had to be more to me than met the eye.
You recalled your name when the mask broke, I hear.
Yeah, that's right. Although to tell you the truth, I'm a little scared what might happen when I lose the remaining half. Then again, the idea of not doing something because I'm afraid scares me even more. That's why I go on fighting.
Only he who first faces the night catches a glimpse of the dawn.
Come again?
It's nothing. Forget I said anything.
I like his little metaphors and poems and stuff.
That's no ordinary enemy I see over there.
Well, might as well take it out.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough! Sonic throw! Commander of Heavens! Phoenix Cyclone!
Radiant Flash!
Nothing gets by me!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah!
Going in!
To me!
I'm gone!
Now shattering the pieces!
Attack time!
Annihilation!
I'm on it!
Hurricane Strike!
Super Swallow Dance! Double Demon Dragon! Destruction! Eagle Assault!
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky!
No choice! I see one, eh? Whirlwind
Look sharp!
Hurricane!
I can read your moves like a book! Now you've gone and ticked me off!
Here! Will this help? That's my cue!
It's almost too strong! Shut him down!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flares of Malisa!
Going in! I'll finish you here and now!
Do it! Snap!
Going in!
Get toasty!
Bird strike!
We can really make weapons with this?
Huh? What's this thing? Is it just me, or does it look like the one we ran into back in Reveal? Sorry. Blah. Oh, hold on. This one's actually made of astral energy. It might be one of Almatria's traps. Crap. So what do we do?
Got it!
If I manipulate the astral energy, I could get rid of it, maybe. I'll just have to give it a shot. We'll come back to that then. Any chance at free loot?
I'll
I'm
do
gonna
my
take.
best!
I'm on it! Not today!
Pieces!
Eat this!
By the power
Go
of
in!
water!
Super Swallow Dance!
Glacial
I'll tear you
Spirit!
apart!
Here's evil! Freeze
Dragon
laser!
Sword!
Here goes!
Looks on a roll now!
Too
back! Stand back!
Glacial
I'll trip it
Spirit!
up.
Do it! Alchemy!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Everyone hanging in there?
I sure ain't. Hey,
What's this thing?
Okay. Looks like we're gonna run out of our chain no matter what we do. That's okay. Those little doors here, they don't lead anywhere though.
That went well.
Are you okay? You're not too tired, are you?
Nope, I'm fine. Let's keep moving.
That chest is mine, nerds.
Forgive you!
Now you see what I can do!
You think that shield will save you?
Engaging! Now I'm in the groove! Eat this! Super Swallow Dance!
That's the wrong direction.
The enemy wields arms too.
We'll soon see about that.
I'm not done! Now I'm in the groove! First strike!
This one's mine! Look sharp!
Eat this!
Hurricane strike! This one's mine! Make it rain!
Annihilation!
Hurricane
Swallow Dance!
Going in!
Talon Hurricane!
By the power going in! Ground and pound!
All right.
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Oh. The game heard me say that I was running low on money.
An opponent like this should be easy.
I'll smash you! My shield! Destruction!
Take down our defenses.
You're mine! Come on, roll now! Witness tear! We're not finished!
It was nice while it lasted.
You're done! Burn! First strike! Super swallow dance! Witness tear! Sword ray alpha!
Eagle attack! I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Glacial spear, pierce evil.
Rising Wyvern!
Freeze
I wanted to
Any injuries?
cast Lightning Tenebrous Claw. Game told me no. Found milk on the table.
Right, here goes! Now you'll learn!
This one's mine.
Take you through!
Going in. Glacial spear.
This one's mine.
I will show you any mercy. You got spirit.
Finish it! Don't leave! Blow them away!
Here, let me help.
This one's mine.
First aid.
Flaming meteor.
Lunar corruption.
First strike!
Switch
Super swallow dance! Try this!
I'm just getting going.
Explosive ring! Death blossom!
By the power of water.
Double demon fang! Demon fang! Double demon fang!
Look sharp. Make it rain.
You don't leave! Hey! Blow them away!
Barely a blip on our radar.
An opponent like this should be easy.
I'm just getting a showdown between blade and fist! You picked the wrong fight!
Here, let me help. First
I'll
aid.
tear you apart!
Water.
Demon
Hear
fang!
my call.
Demon fang! Eat this! I'll run you through!
They're answering. I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Hey, Poodle's quivering. I think we're about to be real lucky.
Oh, great.
Dispose of the trash.
Got you now!
Never miss.
First strike! Anything in armor is all
This
mine!
one's mine.
Can't get out
So
of
much
this!
for talking it out.
You picked the wrong fight! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down.
I'll finish you here now! It's time to retreat!
Going in.
Armor won't save you! Rising Wyvern! I'm on a roll now!
Spear. Pierce evil.
Hurricane strike! Going in! You picked the wrong fight! You won't make a fool of me! I'll keep you
This
right!
one's mine.
It's make it red! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Thank God.
A comfortable win.
Is the game hard? So we're playing it on moderate. So
Never
there's,
seen
you know,
anything like it.
It's an authentication key. They're quite common.
Maybe where you're from, but this is new to me.
It might go in an elevator somewhere. We should test it out.
sorry. There's like your generic, you know, easy, very easy, normal, hard, whatever, right? I think there's even like a mode above hard that's like chaos difficulty. I don't know if we can look at that right here or not, actually. Yeah, so we only have access to hard at highest, but I think there's one above it. But we're playing it on moderate, which is like just shy of hard mode. So like what? I think it's literally very easy, normal, moderate, hard. So we're playing on a scale of 4 to 5. We're playing it on 4. I guess, yeah. And the game has been rather difficult, actually. Difficult to a point of worth it. Apparently normal is only a slight bit easier too. A viewer of mine, SJ, is playing through on normal right now. Or did play it on normal. Ooh. And apparently it is similarly difficult in certain areas.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Oh, this one's mine. Glacial spear. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Where are you going?
Got fire.
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
All yours.
Do it. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Will this help? Look sharp.
Lunar Rondo!
Healing shot.
I owe you one death!
Everybody okay?
We're all right, Alphen.
Whoa, no, I don't want to fight that thing. That thing will eat up our resources like they're fucking pain. I guess we're fighting it.
You'll learn!
Oh, it's a super slow.
I'm on! Not today!
We really don't give up, do they?
You got
Denied. This one's mine.
Now I'm in the groove! I'll tear you apart!
Glacial spear.
Super Swallow Dead!
This one's mine.
Tear you apart! All finish you here and
This
now!
one's mine. Here,
Now I'm real mad!
pick you up.
Demon Pain! Demon Pain! Not my finest!
Damn it.
Leave me all alone here.
I'm on!
This one's mine.
Super Swallow Not today!
Here's the rock.
Watch this! Now you see what I can do! Ready to Swallow Dead!
Here, let me have.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here.
Okay, that's a solid amount of damage.
I owe you one.
Hurricane. Guardian
In a
field.
vine? Dragon Fly Thrust! Pass through! Eat this! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Here, let me have. First aid.
I owe you one for that!
Searing flame. Reload.
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
You may just as well. I'm here to...
This one's mine. Burn it. Water. Here I come.
Eat dirt! Glimmer Dragon!
This one's mine. Will this help?
Eagle Earth! Now take it!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Molotov.
Here, let me help.
Yeah.
Going in.
Hey, shit. Yeah, a good example of this game being hard. This is a mini boss. I don't know anything to stop
No
that.
see about that. Here, let me help. First aid.
Do you require a hand?
Faster! I'll take
All right, that does it.
I'm
Ready to go.
Can't get out of this! No! Stay away from my friends!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Slash!
Resuscitation.
Here! No space for that!
Here's a healing
Swallow
art.
blade! I'm on it! I'll run you through!
I'll bring
No,
you
I wanted
back
to get out of
from
that.
this.
Double demon fang!
Resuscitation.
Rolling crush! Internal devastation!
Healing circle.
Going in! I really owe you one.
Lightning.
Double demon fang!
Here, let me have.
Freaking does it! I don't have much left. Anything in order. I'll crush you!
Need to get there with the free damage.
Reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Did like no damage. In fact.
Here, let me have.
Oh, it's because he's dead.
Lightning tiger blade!
Does anyone else think this may be just a bit too tough for us?
Looks like some solid equipment.
Yeah, they definitely did not need to make that a normal enemy. But this early at least, 50,000 health. Jesus fuck. All right. Who all got shit? I didn't even pay attention. Oh, we get a magic emblem as well. Which I think we already have a better one of those. Oh shit, really? That's kind of funny.
These don't seem like your run-of-the-mill Zoogles the Reynolds usually.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Now you see what I can do! More of this and I'll burn out! Burn in hell!
Alright, let me at him.
Super swallow!
Nothing gets by me. I'll finish you here and now.
It's time!
First aid.
Death Alchemy! Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
I'm gone.
Searing flame.
Super swallow!
Right.
Rolling
I'm gone.
I'm on a roll now! Double demon fang! Rip and tear! It's too fast! Stand back! I'll trip it up! Eat this! Super take this! Dragon swarm! Whirlwind smash! Talon hurricane! Finish this! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
I'm reaching my limit, you guys.
Damn. Guess we better be extra careful.
Yeah, we're maybe a little bit underprepared for
I
this.
remember seeing instruments just like this back in
Just a
Esteluna
tad
Forest.
bit.
It looks and smells like some kind of medicine.
Whatever this place was used for, I doubt it was anything of repute.
There's no way this equipment is part of the ship. There must be some experiment going on here. Zoom on this cage. If it's not being sicked on intruders, maybe it's Almadria's pet, the library. The improved endurance experiment was a success. Lord Almadria will be most pleased. Her lordship is rather taken with this Zoogle. The entire lab was almost fired over it. Yeah, I'm starting to. I'm glad I pegged Almadria literally for what she is. Speaking of which, is there a way to fast travel back here? Is there like? Actually, I'm surprised I can even fast travel away. But if we can backtrack to the ship though, and that's good enough.
I'll do my best. Bring him down.
Now you see what I can do!
My shield, glacial spear.
Now I'm in the groove!
We're not finished.
First strike! I'll run you through! Rolling snap!
Make it right. Get toasty.
Bird strike!
I feel sprightlier than before.
I wasn't certain I was even going to be able to do that, not gonna lie. Dodge and weave, yep.
Finally, some open space again.
First things first. Let's get a free thing going here. Also... Oh, that's right, we got this now. Attack out by medium is pretty big.
This is a true masterpiece, no less than culinary art.
But that wink was so extra. Yeah. Okay, cool. We'll be able to buy items to make up for what we spent earlier. Oh, hi. Good thing I didn't have any. Didn't realize it was on the sell screen. Oh, we got my amethyst gear now. We're not going to, but good to know it's here. Okay, so we don't need any of what we got for that. We need to keep 1 astral crystal. We need to keep 3 astral crystal. So we're gonna sell all of it but that. We'll probably get extras as we go anyways, so I'm not too worried about it. Make it easier. Yeah, I noticed you could do that too. That's a really clever thing they'll let you do. Yeah. Now we should be able to like just stock up. Alright, we should be fine now. Where am I going? I forgot the... Alright, back into the fray.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Bring him down! You picked the wrong fight! First shield! I'll run you through! No shield can stand up to these kids! I see one, eh? Right shield! Right spear! Let's go! Demons descend! Flashing bang! Too slow!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And bubble it to me!
I'm all stopped
The
up.
enemy shields aren't
Spear!
through.
Make it ready.
Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
Excited.
Got you! Eat this! Rising fire! Now!
This one's mine.
Come and get it! Eat locked and loaded! Burn! Listen! Whirlwind slash!
Make it right! Kitara! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Oops, I almost forgot where we're going.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
I see one, eh? Now you see what I can do! My shield! Freaking does it!
I'm the true gunslinger around here.
Airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
I'll crush you!
That's my cue.
Shut him down! Reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Here, let me help. This one's
Leave the
mine.
ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And bubble it to me!
Here's a healing I'm only getting started.
Can't get out of this! I'm on Lunar Rondo! It's burning hell! I'll finish you here now!
Hurricane, do it!
Run well! Demons descend! Flashing bang!
Here, let me help.
Sword ring strike!
Not on my watch. There, got me.
Super swallow dance!
Mega ray.
Watch this! Rip his tail! Lightning thrust!
Listen, hurricane strike by the power of water.
Out this! You're finished!
Finish it.
Don't leave! Hey! Blow them away!
Here I go. Got you.
Dragon Force! Armor won't save you!
This one's mine.
This is tough.
Sword ring hurricane! Ready?
Radiant.
That freaking does it! Too slow! Reload! First strike! I'll break you through!
Appreciate the help.
I'll finish you here now!
I can only rely
I'm on
on
it.
myself.
Aw, two shots come over.
Severing wind!
Here, let me help.
You picked the wrong fight! I'll run you through! While it's reeling!
Take it down.
I'll tear you apart! Severing wind! Super swallow dance! Look sharp! I'll see you!
Flame of fury.
Ready and reeling! Burning! That's it! You're done! Double demon! Look sharp! Strike! I'll run you through! Demon bang! Demons descend! Flashing bang!
Okay.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Pow! Got flyers.
I've got this.
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about
All
that.
yours.
Make it rain. Go for it. Prepare to crumble. Lightning. Down.
Dragon Swarm.
I'm on a roll now. Make it rain. Kitara, I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life.
Here goes. Oh, and
Finish it.
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind
I
you, Shion.
didn't. I was just trying to get the chain to continue. Oh. One of Hoodle's friends is here.
What is that huge flower-looking thing up there? Is that the ship's engine?
Indubitably. As one might expect, large ships require large engines in order to sail.
And if we destroyed it?
We might well sink the ship. Who knows if we would be able to escape before that happens.
Almadria sure has been busy since the contest began.
This isn't all Madria's doing.
You mean she didn't build this?
The body, yes. However, my guess is that the engine comes from a starship.
Ooh.
A starship? As in one of those vessels used to go to and from Lenegis?
Correct. The technology employed on Lenegis and in starships is more advanced than anything in our daily lives. Almadria may be resourceful, but she could never produce an engine like this on her own.
You mean to tell me we've got even bigger enemies waiting for us up in the sky? Ugh, my head hurts just thinking about it.
Don't worry about that for now. Just focus on taking care of Almadria.
Okay, that's one of the ones we need to find an access panel for. In other words, we can't go this way yet. Alright. Hey,
What's this
more
thing?
money. Hey!
Out of my way. Bring him down. Super Swallow Get Fury. Fire the horse attack. Get toasty! Bird strike! I'll heal you all!
You're wide open.
Then I'll split it open!
Be my guest.
I can carve through armor!
Like the Rising Wyvern.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Installed it in the tutorial. Yeah,
One deadly strike, just as ordered.
my understanding of the game is Scarlet Nexus is like something akin to something like Devil May Cry or like a Platinum Games game, right? Like it's really got that like kind of rigid action combo setup going on, but at the same time it's also got the added element of like environmental control. So with like through the psychokinesis abilities, whatever they call them in the game, but reminding you of Psychopath. Ooh, that actually sounds really interesting. That might interest me more than however the game plays realistically. I loved Psychopaths. I haven't seen season 2. I've heard a lot of bad things about season 2. But I heard that the movie's really good, and you kind of need to watch season 2 in order to watch the movie. So I've always been really sad. But if I could get a spiritual successor or something akin to Psychopaths, so far at least, that's fair. I'd be down for that. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was Fox asked me if I was gonna pick up.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Pick up the game back when it first came out. I think it's only been an episode since it came out. But I remember thinking at the time, I was like, you know what? I got games I gotta buy soon, and I'm not like beholden to Scarlet Nexus the same way I am those games. So I was like, yeah, we'll just save it for a sale or something like that.
All good things come to an end. Leave me smelling to me. Yeah, bubbling to me. Finish it!
Shion, go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
Radiant light!
Flaming meteor!
Glacial spear!
Rise
Here
of
we
the
go!
solo dance! I'll
Green
tear you
Lantern!
apart! Dazzle! On guard! Talon hurricane!
Everybody
Yeah.
okay?
We're all right, Alphen.
It's on! For my lord! I can carve through
Please
all
hit. Oh, he jumped into it. That's great.
you apart!
Pretty good doggo.
Rip and tear! Watch this!
Going in.
Ignite! Coming! We're not finished!
Going in.
Super swallow dance! Take this! I'll tear you apart!
On guard.
Eat that! Stand back! I'll trip it up. No further!
Make it rain!
Anything
Oh, that was rude. That was maximum rude.
Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Yeah, I wish we had something like that here. I think most places in Canada, anything like that is gone. Also, that's actually that fits in really well to the scenery.
Looks like we've spotted one of Poodle's friends.
The game looks like it looks good, right? Get Kenna over Joey Lee. Yeah, honestly, Kenna's looking really fucking good. It's an indie title too. A lot of people forget that. It looks really good. Reason only playing the other guy. I've tried every one of the characters so far. So you got Elfin at the top there, the main character guy. He's like generic sword berserker type kind of character. Shion is a healer, so I haven't really been playing her. Law, the one we're playing, he's the second from the right. He I don't know, he's just the one that feels the best to play for me. Rinwell, the second from the left. She, I think she's gonna be probably my favorite, but only once we get her some new spells. She's basically really reliant on her spell casting, and it was very one note when we first got her. Dohalim, the last guy on the far left. Oh, I guess I've missed Kisara too, the far right. Both of them are fun, but Kisara's really tanky. She really is like jump in front of the enemies, and when she guards attacks, she can upgrade her abilities. And I don't think there's like any like we never did test it, so I don't really know what that all entails. But and then Dohalim is like a hybrid melee caster guy, and he's cool. He's fun. Just felt weird playing him. He felt a bit more rigid than what I was looking for. Yeah. Law is in the thick of it so much. If you're not playing him, that is. I mean, if you're playing him, I suppose you can be as safe as you need to be, but doesn't tend to work out that way for me. So, yeah, that's why I've actually, with some of the herbs, I've been focusing on tanking him up a bit.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Got you now!
Demon fight! You see what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that. I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
I'll heal you all!
I'm on a roll now! I'll tear you apart!
Healing circle!
I really owe you one.
Round and
Prepare to be seized! I owe you one back!
Searing flame!
I'll tear you apart! Another one down!
Soaring Alpha!
Reload!
First strike!
Here goes!
Take this!
Ignite!
Hang fight! It's weakened! Going in!
This ends now! Destruction!
Now, back into the fray!
Demon Fang!
I'm gone!
Lunar Arc! I'll tear you apart! Won't save you!
Demon Fang!
Super Swallow Dance!
Demon Fang! Will ya?
I'm on it!
Sharp!
Death Blossom!
You're mine!
This one's mine!
Swallow Dance!
Here's
I'll
the
tear you
healing arc!
apart!
Flaming meteor!
Eat dirt! You won't make a fool of me! Now!
I don't know, I feel like we are making a fool of you like that.
Do it! Get toasty!
Bird Strike!
Anyways,
Done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you.
I wasn't
Shion.
expecting to go no hits there for that last little bit of the fight. That felt really good. So I think that's my favorite thing about Law, is when you pull shit off and you play like well, and I guess in a akin to perfect in certain cases. It just feels so good. Because you know, if any moment, if that motherfucker hits me, I'm probably keeling over.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Can't get out of this!
Hurricane strike! Spread! Going in!
Be still! Rolling
Hurricane strike! Here I come!
Death Blossom!
Hurricane
Roll
strike!
now! Eat this!
I'm gone!
You're done! I can carve through armor!
Into the
Talon
shadows!
Hurricane!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Death Blossom!
Power of water!
Look sharp! I'll tear you apart!
You're mine!
I'm on it!
This one's mine!
Rip and tear!
This one's mine!
Ignite! Next!
Look sharp! Field!
Finish it!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
I've been doing really great lately.
Ow!
You got spirit!
This!
Radiant
Super Swallow Dance!
Going in!
Rip and tear!
Here I come!
Eagle Strike!
This one's mine!
It got fire!
I'm done! Let a marksman handle it!
An astral blitz?
That's my cue! Flame!
Shut him down!
Armor won't save you! What's this? Super Swallow Dance!
Be still!
First strike! I'll end you!
Look sharp!
Sonic
Rolling
Thrust!
Switch to Super Swallow Dance!
We managed to pull through.
Let's dispose of the trash! I'm
Talon
out!
Hurricane!
Flaming meteor!
Take this! Just getting started!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Searing flame!
Demon Fang!
Hurricane Swallow Dance!
Look sharp! I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
All right.
Seems about right to me.
Eh. I think an extra resist ring is probably not a bad thing, but... Oh, that looks like a place Victim would rather go in a couple of seconds. I don't want to fight another one of those lizards really bad. Hey, a pineapple gel though, that's pretty beefy. So I'm curious if going floor to floor is what they expected us to do for story level shit. What happens if we try to go up to L3? Ah, it's just telling us those floors exist, not that we can go to them. Makes sense. Not looking forward to this one, I won't lie. I suppose we could try and drag them away. Oh no, there's no dragging away, they don't aggro.
I'll do my best.
The rebel! Pick up this one's mine! Super swallow dance!
Careful! It has some kind of camouflage!
Look sharp! Now I'm in the groove! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Hurricane Lunar Corruption!
That freaking does it!
Where are you going? Piercing roll!
You're mine! Super swallow dance! On her back!
I'll tear you apart!
Rising Sunray!
The enemy feels arch too.
We'll soon see about that!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! First strike!
Confiscated!
It was nice while it lasted.
Totally I'll tear you apart! Burn in hell!
Appreciate the help.
Eat this! I'll finish you here and now! Sword Rain out!
Anything in order is all mine. Lunar Corruption!
Eternal devastation! Death Blossom!
Annihilation!
Smash you! Now I'm in the groove!
Laser ray! I'm all stuffed up!
Death Blossom!
Aw, too shy to come over! Here, let me help!
This one's mine!
Will this help? Piercing roll!
Super Swallow Dance!
Radiant Pierce! I will... Whoa! Going in! Come on!
Sonic Thrust!
You made me angry! That was a bad idea!
Rolling Snap! Now I'm in the groove!
Down! You're on!
Talon Hurricane!
Going in! Radiant Light!
Take this! Dragon Rolling Snap! That's freaking does it! Demon Fang!
I'm out of ammo! I will feel so hot.
You should sit this one out then.
And miss all the fun. No way. I've taken too many hits.
This one's mine! Rip and tear! Watch
Let me help the dark. Far enough.
Swallow Blade!
Appreciate the help.
Destruction!
Dreams!
These fists have got your name on them!
Radiant
Going in.
Super Swallow Dance!
That's what my shield's for.
you!
Get behind me.
Oh no, run. Scream for you, ass face.
Tenebrous Claw! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Here, let me help.
Lightning Wyvern!
Look sharp.
On your knees! Super Swallow! First strike!
I'm out of
This should
ammo.
do it.
Guardian Soul. I'm ready to go.
Swallow Dance! Do as I say!
Flame of Fury!
Rolling
This
Hero!
one's mine.
Not too long ago! You won't make a fool of me!
Here goes.
Rip and tear!
Eagle Assault. I'm gone. This
Eat
one
this!
is mine!
This! You're finished!
It's I never miss! Ready!
I'll run you through!
Here I go! Take your break! Kikara! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Okay.
I'm reaching my limit, you guys.
Damn. Guess we better be extra careful.
Move the dice easily. Yeah, I think Kisara kind of has the issue right now of she will perfect block and she will block, but she won't do it enough to stop damage. It's almost like she really prioritizes still being like as aggressive as anyone else. When realistically, she could focus on defense and just play the hey, hit me. Why, you know, if I can wail on someone without them slapping me, that's a lot. That's a large increase in DPS than if she's also slapping the monster but also dying all the time. So, but either. I'm sure there's ways to build her in that form, and maybe even some strategy stuff you could fiddle with. I haven't looked at it yet. Although I usually never touch that
She
kind
sure
of stuff
spared
anyway.
no expense on her castle.
Probably not.
This must be...
The captain's quarters.
Either
The
way.
presence of the spirit vessel and the sheer extravagance on display can leave no doubt.
There's no one here.
Yeah, but I doubt she's out for a moonlight stroll. You think she jumped ship and ran away again?
I doubt it. The conniving witch is probably up to something.
Agreed. In any case, as long as she hasn't suddenly sprouted wings, she has to be somewhere on the ship. Let's keep looking. The way this key's been placed, it's like she's daring us to come find her.
Yeah, like it's all some damn game to her.
Probably because it is a damn game to her. Would be my guess.
What's wrong, sweetie? Is something scaring you?
Maybe he just doesn't like being in her room.
I think there's more to it than that. What could it be?
Are we missing something? Is that what that's trying to say? Probably not. Okay, so we can go up to 4 now. 3 is still locked. 3 is locked off.
Is this the ship's cargo? What a pain. I can't see anything past all this stuff.
Be on your guard. For all we know, there could be something hiding around here.
Thought I took a second to check.
opponent like this should be easy. Fight? See one, eh?
Coming
Demon Fang! This one's mine!
Freaking does it! Whirlwind!
Its armor's too strong.
Split it open!
Be my guest. My deal?
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Rinwell! Demon's descent! Flashing fang! Water,
Double Demon Fang!
I lack the energy for healing arts.
Right, here goes! Now you'll learn!
far enough! Glacial spear! Talon hurricane!
You require a hand.
Tear you apart! Fire support!
You'll soon see about that.
Let the marksman handle this! Talon hurricane! Death blossom! On guard!
Oops.
Tear me!
He needs it too, I guess. But...
Hurricane fight! Super swallow dash! On guard! Mega ray! I'll smash you! Switch off! Hurricane fight! Look sharp! Death blossom! Finish it! Don't leave! Hey! Blow them away!
Knowing when we're in too deep is necessary to survive.
We may tend to push ourselves a little too hard.
I think we're fine. It's a literal dragon. Well, let's see how this goes, I guess.
Get lost! Hurricane fight! Silver swallow dip! Radiant pierce!
I got a terribly large.
Those flying creatures are a real pain in the butt! Leave the charge on me! Aim for the fury! That freaking doesn't eat this! Flaming meteor! Hear my call! Take this! Spread!
This should do it!
I'll tear you apart!
Take this!
There!
Armor won't save
Come
you!
on! Dragon Swarm!
Where are you going? Time!
Coming through! Ha!
Holy shit, look at our hit rating right now.
Scarlet Inferno!
I'll heal
Pierce
you all!
through!
I'm
Rising Wyvern!
This one's mine!
I really know
Piercing
you are.
roar! I'm on drum!
160.
That's already in my roll now! Going in! Look sharp! Far enough!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Fang! This one's all mine!
In a bind?
Demon Fang!
Hurricane
Double
blast!
Demon! This one's mine!
That's going in! Hurricane
tear you
blast!
apart!
And now this one's mine!
Double Demon Fang!
Piercing roar!
I can carve through armor!
Look sharp!
My focus!
Hurricane blast! Look sharp!
I'll run you through!
Healing circle! Nothing but dreams! Hurricane fight!
Rising Wyvern!
I'm only getting hurricane fight!
Rising Wyvern! I'm knocked up!
I'm only getting I'll take you all on!
Alright. Well, we kind of finessed on this dragon.
Flare Demolitor! On guard!
You're mine!
Super Swallow Day! I'll
Anything in armor is all mine. Leave the charges to me. Do it. Armor won't.
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Hey, we have 5 Dragon Flame Sack. That's nice. Oh, but we missed the thing we came here for. Oh, we had to defeat the dragon. Okay. I didn't notice us back here.
We'll just have to go back and check.
I'd say we're coming up on the end of this dungeon. Quite literally.
If Almadria's not in her own room, just where the hell is she?
It's possible she may be on the bridge, but I would guess that she's waiting for us elsewhere on the ship.
Which means she's most likely chosen a place where she'll have the advantage in a fight.
Be careful, guys. I came from an entire family of Danon mages, and that woman murdered all of them. All on her own. I hate to say it, but she's an incredibly powerful astral artist.
We already know she specializes in controlling wind astral energy. But on top of that, she might try to sick that monster on us again, too.
Right. To that woman, life itself is just a toy for her to play with. Let's make sure we put an end to it.
So if that's the way to go, where does this...
Well, there's only one last place to look. Straight ahead.
Oh, well.
Almadria.
It's gonna be satisfying beating her. But I also am curious if we do beat her here or not. We'll see how this goes. Actually, before we do this, I have a slight feeling like this might be the better option. Alright, it's go time. Alright, I can't do it.
There she is! Almadria!
But all alone? Watch yourselves. She's probably planning something.
I was getting rather tired of waiting around. Oh my, and I see you came along as well, Danon Witch.
Almadria.
What's this? I thought you couldn't stand the sight of me. Go on, little one. Show me the full force of that hatred of yours. Otherwise, run and hide like a rat you are.
That's enough! How can you smile while causing pain to so many others?
That is the way of those who possess great power. The very way we Renans live by. Those with power set the example, and those without it are forced to obey. Though you two seem to have forgotten that's the way these things work.
And you really think that justifies your actions? You turned all those people into a hollowed sea!
What foolishness. It's only natural that the fate of a slave differ from that of its owner. Very well, I admit I did fan the flames just a tad back in Niez. But it wouldn't have mattered in the slightest if there hadn't been a spark to ignite. Without it, my actions would have been fruitless. Ultimately, it was their very own burning hatred that laid them to waste. To say it was all my fault is simply laying blame at the wrong feet.
No one's perfect. We all have darkness in our hearts.
Yeah.
The atrocities that you've committed,
They're unthinkable! Your heart is nothing but darkness!
What a fool! To think time and time again you would challenge Renan authority without so much as an inkling of how things actually work. Such ignorance is why your kind has been enslaved for 300 years.
Almeidria.
Well, if it isn't Lord Dohalim.
These people are my allies and friends. I won't let you insult them so.
That's the first time he stuck up.
What a shock. I never would have expected you to claim mere slaves as your companions. If I didn't know any better, I would question your noble lineage. Oh, how far the mighty have fallen. A traitor such as yourself hardly deserves to be called a lord.
You are nothing compared to Dohalim.
Rinwell.
He would never stand by and laugh. His people hollowed!
Ha! What does it matter? You're descended from those who allowed the power and knowledge entrusted to them to wither away. Your pitiful family may have feared it, but I do not. That knowledge and power is all mine to command. And now, you will witness what that power's truly capable of! Mesmold!
Oh, it's Dragon Plus.
Enjoy your meal! Such sad eyes, child. Let me reunite you with your parents.
Shut up! I'm gonna take you down if it's the very last thing I do!
That's right. Loathe me. Every step brings you closer to being me!
You're wrong! You're wrong! I'm nothing like you! Thunder Meal!
I'll finish you here and now!
I'm out! Back into the fray!
This guy's gonna be a real fucking fan of this fight. You
I'm on it!
can already tell.
You're diving Wyvern! I'm on it! You're diving to Phoenix! It's time! Ride for me! Eat dirt!
Here's a healing field! I'll be saving this one!
Rising Wyvern! I'm not done!
This one's mine! I'm out of ammo! Whatever that came from!
Talon Hurricane!
Thank you! This one's mine! Not on my watch!
Stay away! Swallow right through!
Hello? That is Ash. Or Ash. Law's health pool. I don't know why I said Ash again. When we first met Law, I kept calling him Ash for some reason. I don't know why. But that time, that was just me. Being weird. Maybe that could be it. Honestly, I actually don't know. I'm usually pretty good about names. Pronouncing them not so much all the time, but remembering them, I'm pretty good at usually.
Now you see what I can do! I'm on it!
Can you please move away from the edge of the stage?
Lost my focus!
Here's evil! Freeze Lancer!
Eat dirt!
You're brimming with hatred.
Swallow blade!
What's she doing now?
She's infusing her beast with more power.
Get ready! Lunar Corruption!
She's casting me here and it one-shot me. Hello?
This should do it!
I'll bring you back from death to bit!
That's okay. I'll let her res me.
Sonic thrust!
Annihilation! Light Astronite!
I'm dead again.
No further! Back from death to bed! Glimmer Dragon! Just I really... Here goes!
Eternal devastation!
Dance for me! Eat this! I'll heal you all! I'll tear you apart! Super Swallow Dance! I really owe you one.
Watch this! Be still!
Glacial Field! Here's evil!
Burn in hell!
Hey, armor won't save you! Eat this! Lightning arrows!
Dance for me!
Here goes!
That's alright, lady. I'm not big on dancing.
Severing wind!
Death Blossom! Supernova!
Here I come!
Super Swallow Dance!
I'll crush you!
Lightning Reflexes! Tenebrous Claw!
Ooh, that was some damage.
Do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Thank
you.
Eat this!
They're attacking separately!
I can't let me hit on her!
Keep an eye on her, and take out the monster first.
She's no stranger to astral arts.
I can take care of that.
Yeah, take it away!
No, not ever!
In here.
Lightning! Downfall!
Rising Viper!
Hurricane!
Mirage!
Thunderblade! Mega Ray! Behold my true power!
That looks bad.
Wits about you, people.
Thunderblade! Mega Ray! Rip and tear! Come on, a roll!
Yeah, I just thought the way they made it mention is like I could do something about her casting.
The winds of judgment blow your way!
Oh, this is not good.
Impending calamity! Chaotic disaster!
So that... The trick up her sleeve.
Your astral arts are so special. And now, they're mine! Blah, 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 Raging cascade! Power of water! Sweet now! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Double Demon Fang!
More when that came from! Hear me! Flame of fury! Fresh strike! Hear my voice!
Stay away from my friend! Can't move!
Where are you going? Crush them! Here comes! Here! Super Swallow Dance! First aid!
It'd be really cool if they stopped dying.
Talon Hurricane!
Not my fight.
Okay, me too. But
Not done yet! First aid!
Try and run.
That's
I'll bring you back from death to bed.
Still got some fight left.
Sonic Thrust!
Crush them! By the power of water! Here's a healing art! Lightning! Supernova! Take this!
Purge malevolence! Magic is out! In here!
Ignite! I'm on! Armor won't save you!
I never miss! Here, let me help!
We can't dodge when that's happening.
No limit! You're done! Well,
Here goes!
how's this? Not today! Take this! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Behold!
No, things are going to get real bad.
Her Master Core!
Not while I'm around, she isn't! Chinese Supernova! I'll never forgive you!
What?
I'll take you down!
There we go.
You don't scare me! I'm all stuffed up!
Go for it, Rinwell!
Hit her now!
I'm on!
Here's evil!
Armor won't save you! I'll finish you here and now!
Chinese Supernova!
That's awesome!
Dance in the wind! Water! Hear my
Mega Super Swallow Dance! Dragon Force! Leave the party to me! In a bind? Talon Heart! Lost my far enough! Super Swallow! There you are! You picked the wrong fight!
Dance in the wind! Here's evil! I never miss!
Double Demon Fang!
I'll end you! Demon's Descent!
Flashing Fang!
Actually surprised. She had a huge health pool, but
You
we
murdered my mother and father. But I'm not like you.
Rinwell.
Even now, I hate you. But here I am, unable to let go. Honestly, even if I took my hatred out on you here and now, it wouldn't make me feel any better in the long run. I realize that now. So, I won't kill you. I'll take you in and make damn sure justice is served the right way.
You would dare mock me with your foolish, useless pity? A Danon, nothing more than a mere slave. I won't allow you to.
It's not about what you think. Or being Danon or Renan. Because you'll atone for the crimes you committed. And that's all.
Someone else have another goal in mind?
It's that swordsman again.
Lord Volron, what brings you here? No, forgive me. I've forgotten myself. Please allow me to make it up to you, my lord.
Silence now, wretched snake. Does it hurt? It should. That pain is proof you're still alive. Enjoy it.
There's a weird way to phrase that. Was that his way of saying he was going to let her live? Because that's quite the death if I've ever seen one.
Years ago, the Lord of Geneth Haros met a sudden death. His successor was a man by that very name, Volron.
And like a restless lover, I've come back for more.
Yeah.
Stop right there!
Think you can cut me down? What?
They look very similar to one another, I've noticed.
Wait, what just happened to him? Alvin! Say something!
Maybe not.
Let go of me!
The first time I've seen armor stop a blow in an anime.
Let me go!
Shion!
Hey, fuckface, that's my healer. Yeah, exactly. That's some anime powers if I've ever seen.
Shion!
Alvin!
I fucking called it. Did I not fucking call it? No, I called it!
Come and find me, if you truly are the Sovereign.
Wait, what? Wait, was I right? He really isn't a Donin? Oh shit. Things got really real and they got real fucking quick. I said real a lot there. Alright. To subject number 1273. The spirit channeling ceremony will begin shortly. Until then, you are to calm your mind and await further instructions.
After all this time, I'll be free from this hell. I can finally go home.
Oh, we sure
Not
look,
that I'll ever
Renan.
see this
But
place again. Might as well walk the block once more for old time's sake.
astral energy charging almost complete. Output stable, standing by. I'm excited. Oh man, I am beyond excited to see where this goes now. Daddy hasn't come home lately, so I decided to come visit him. But they won't let me go any further. It's not fair. I hope he finishes his work soon so I can see him. Okay, I have a feeling we're supposed to come talk to many different people. Let's not skip out. I'm a little confused as to why they didn't decide to voice this part of the story. This is a very important part. But whatever. The maiden will maintain control over things. You just focus on not breaking your concentration while the ceremony's in progress, okay? If you want to see your home again, you'll have to do a good job here, number 1273. Get your Donans figure out where to go on your own. Or are you so stupid you managed to get lost in a tiny place like this? You have a job to do. Now do it. Return to your position. Okay, well that confirms it. We are Donan. So what the fuck is going on here then? That raises even more questions than it answers. Yeah, I think that's probably the point. Is it's one of those sequences of you could argue he doesn't remember their voices or something. You know, there's a level of poeticism to it, but either way. To be honest, I was beginning to sweat bullets. If you hadn't worked out, who knows what we would have done. This is the first time we've managed to assemble a sovereign and maiden ready for the ceremony, after all. But seeing you make it all the way to today has put my fears to rest. What? Wait, was I right about the fucking him being from the past? That contradicts some things that were said. That makes me think that this might be in the past. I mean, it's definitely in the past, but further in the past than normal. Is this the test subject, ma'am? Wow, it looks just like us. Oh, on the outside, maybe. Inside, it's as uncivilized as the rest of them. You haven't forgotten my warning from earlier, I hope. No, ma'am. Oh, it's a woman, my bad. I don't know why my brain thought blah, 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 blah. No touching the test subject, right? Well, it's just because Elfin can't remember correctly. That's all it is. The quiet of it, the memories rushing back kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. Oh, another one bites the dust. Remember number 1273. You're our only success story. Do not let our handiwork and research go to waste at any cost. At least some of them seem grateful. The harvester we deployed on Donna is functioning as intended. It's gathering astral energy and transmitting it to Lenigus. I spent a lot of long days keeping a close eye on things, but soon that work will finally be over. And I can get back to my little girl. Donna and test subject as our sovereign, eh? I expect you to carry out your function without falling apart like the others, understand? Yeah. Looking at the statistics, subject's biological sex appears to have almost no bearing on the rate of success or failure. I don't know who's got it in their head to start calling you a sovereign. At the end of the day, you're nothing more than a test subject. Your only worth lies in your physical aptitude for the task at hand. Your thoughts and feelings are of no concern. My voice did start to crack there. That's exactly where my brain went, SJ. Exactly, 110% where I went. Oh, it's you. Number 1273, right? Or should I say Sovereign? Anyways, you don't understand how much time and effort we've invested to create you as one of our lone success. We can't risk losing you to injury at this stage.
As usual, nobody wants to explain anything to me. They just threaten and harass me instead. What does everyone think I am? Some sort of talking pet?
Yes.
They're the ones that dragged me all the way up here in the first place. Bastards. I shouldn't have bothered coming out. Might as well head back to my room.
It's time, Elfin. It's finally happening. Oh, it's finally happening, huh? Yes, we need to change into our outfits and meet in front of the transference device. Once this is all over, you'll finally be able to return home. I wonder if this is going to be a Legion Wood. And I say Legion Wood, I'm pretty certain Final Fantasy VI did it, and that's where Legion Wood got it from. But I'm curious now. I don't want to say too much, because I don't want to spoil 6, or even guess at a spoiler in 6 that I'm not entirely certain is existent. It had to be intentional writing. Oh yeah, 100%. Especially, or more specifically, intentionally localized. That way, people love to put in references. You've played 6. Is it going to be similar to? Man, I don't even know if it's a thing. I just know that Legion Wood is like took a hell of a lot of references from 6. Legion Wood being an RPG maker or RPG that was really good actually, but I was pretty certain that it was basically just Final Fantasy VI, but indied, from my understanding. That's how people used to reference it, at least. So I don't know. We'll see. I'll bring it up again later if it comes true, though, just because I'm not entirely certain. Once this is all over, you'll finally be able to return home. Nah, that's what I'm hoping for. So sorry you got dragged into all this. Nah, it's not your fault. Let's just do what we have to and get this thing over with. Right.
I just wanted to go back. To Dana.
Yeah.
To my home.
Elfin.
Leori.
Elfin. Live for me.
No. Leori. No!
There's still a lapse in his judgment.
Wait,
Or a lapse in his memory that we aren't getting.
What was that? long ago was that?
300 years ago.
That's right. Shion. Oh, right. That's what pain felt like. So much for it all being a bad dream.
Yeah, that would be so fucked up. Although to be fair, his body would be very used to it.
Where is everyone?
Especially with how much he went through. It probably wouldn't hurt nearly as much as you'd think, actually. It would still probably be a bitch, and it would suck. But he'd probably be super used to it. Like, his nerves would be super dulled by that point, probably. I mean, I don't know. I mean, magic is magic, right? But yeah, no, initially, though, yeah, it'd be a fucking huge shock again. You're like, what the fuck is this? Oh, yeah, that's right. This is what pain is. Holy shit. Master Core of Wind. Oh, so we did manage to get the core still? God, Elfin looks hot now. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? Honestly, it just feels different. I think I really was accustomed, and I actually kind of liked the half mask. It just looked unique in a way that was really interesting. But obviously, I mean, I don't think I'm like, ooh, fuck it, now time to quit the game. Or I'm obviously not. Sorry, I don't know why I decided to go to the extreme. But it made him stick out amongst anime protagonists and Tales of protagonists, for that matter, which was nice. And now he's kind of more in line. Although to be fair, he looks a lot more stoic, a lot older, and like way more rigid than like 90% of the Tales of protags. I think the only one that really comes close to him is Yuri from Vesperia. And that, I mean, if those of you who've played Vesperia, I mean, you kind of understand why. Yuri's kind of, he's about as hard as it comes. But even then, I think Elfin's more so, right? Like the way it's hard to get close, but like the way his eyes are kind of slanted and his eyebrows are always kind of like a little furrowed. The fact that he stands up straight is a big thing. He kind of like arches forwards, his chest is up. He looks like the kind of guy that you'd come across and you'd be like, damn. And then if he looked at you and like stared you in the eyes, you'd be like, all right, good day, sir. I'll be going now. Please don't knock my teeth out. He's not the teenager. He's not the, yeah, exactly. He doesn't have that like, I guess like boyish adventure kind of thing going on. He really does look like the hero that will save the day. Which is something that, honestly, I think it's definitely a more recent thing. Looks like a paladin. Yeah, kind of, yeah. In a lot of ways. I feel like in a lot of anime over like the last like 15 years is really kind of hit. I'd say 15. I'd say like in the 5 to 10 range. There's been a lot of things that hit on the nose, especially in JRPGs. And if you looked at like shonen anime or you looked at like some of the more popular stuff, it's usually like middle school to high school era kids doing everything. And that's fine for some stories, you know, the happenstance you know, happenstance hero. It's like, oh, you're 15 years old, and you've been granted this power and you're the only one that can now save the world. It's like, okay, you know what? That's an interesting story beat, because a kid being thrust into a situation they shouldn't be is kind of interesting. But if everyone is doing it, then is it really that interesting anymore? And half the time, they don't even acknowledge the fact that they're young. They just are young because they're like, oh, well, if we just say they're 2 years old, other 2-year-olds will be, you know, will sympathize with them. It's like, what? I say 2, obviously I'm exaggerating super hard there, but it's not so often you find a 20 to 30-year-old protag. I feel like I've seen it a lot more, and I've mentioned it. The Tales of games have been pretty fucking good about keeping them in the middle. Like there's some that are kind of young. They're like, you know, 16, 17. But then you got some that are like 18 and older. Like I think Ash and Natalia from Abyss is a good example. They're both 18. I think 19 by the end of the game. And then you have I think Yuri's like 2021 from Vesperia, if I recall. Jade is in his 30s for like the record of just characters being older. I was actually really surprised. Even like the older games, the characters are older. I mean, that doesn't mean that, I think almost every game has at least a young character in the party. Like Rita's 16 in Vesperia. Luke is technically only 7 years old. But Room younger. Yeah, exactly. But it's like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like it. It's interesting to me when characters either span a large margin age-wise, or if you're gonna do younger characters, at least make them younger characters. Don't be afraid. Like, okay, this is our 14-year-old anime protagonist thrust into this world where he's gotta free slaves and liberate his people because he was granted the flaming sword and he's the only one that can wield it. Like, if that's like as if Elfin was 14, that's like basically right. That's fine as long as they acknowledge the fact that he's still a boy. He's still inexperienced. This is all new to him. He is given so much more responsibility than a kid should ever be given, and it weighs on him. And it should, you know, at that point it's like, oh, and that's a new element that they're tackling. That's cool, but most of the times they don't do that. And honestly, in a lot of ways, it's probably a lot more favorable for writers to have to write in a character like Elfin, because they don't gotta worry about that shit. They're like, oh, how does Elfin know how to use a sword? Doesn't matter. He's an older character. We can just say somewhere in his backstory he learned to use a sword. Especially the amnesia bit. It's like, there's a lot of things that they get away with easy. And rightfully so, in my opinion, by making Elfin older. I mean, it's one of the reasons why in D&D, like, usually you make your character like either like in the middling range of like 18 to 25 or older. You can go younger if you so choose, but it becomes a lot harder to roleplay unless you are a kid, I guess, at that point. Maybe there's I mean, I know a lot of kids are playing D&D nowadays, but yeah, it's just older mechanically and roleplay wise to just do that. Actually, they do explain how he knows how to use a sword shark thing. Oh shit! Okay, that's pretty cool. I'm excited for that. Actually, that's really, really cool. That said, though, I'm gonna take a quick break. I've been kind of doing the pee dance this whole time, waiting for that scene to end, and then I got rambling as I do. So I'm gonna take a quick break. Maybe grab something to eat. I think there's something out there I can grab real quick, so it shouldn't be too long. But you know, the average 5-10 minutes, and I'll be back. I mentioned it earlier, but we are definitely gonna go an hour later than normal. Oh, all good, Dave. Good night, man. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go, so 2 more hours from now, basically. I mentioned it earlier. We started playing New World, and as much as I would love to stream stuff like that, it's so different from what I normally do. And I usually sit down and play those games for such long periods of time, it would be a nightmare to stream. For me, and probably for people watching too, honestly. I don't know. I've tried streaming MMOs in the past from, I think, World of Warcraft and Guild Wars 2 were the two I tried. There's just too much going on that I'm usually really quiet and really focused. There's no real like downtime for me to like talk and break down, or half the time the story's just shit. So there's no story to break down either, right? Which is one of my favorite things to do on stream. So usually I save those kind of games for on stream. But I was thinking we should start. I took the last 2 days off simply because I don't know. I wasn't feeling it one of the days, and then the next day I was just like, you know what? Just take these as break days and just fucking recharge if I need it. I'm assuming it's just because my schedule's been so fucked up lately. I've been kind of off and on. So I'm basically just at a point in my scheduling right now where I'm taking the days as I need them to not overdo it. Not to say that, you know, I don't know. But either way, I'll be back 5:10 and we will continue on. Sorry. Ooh. It was gone, I think, like 15 minutes instead of 10. But I'm back. I decided to make a coffee as well, and I kind of lost track of time. Just getting shit squared away. Blah, blah, blah. Squeaky chair. I made some ramen, but I think it's still too hot to eat. Yeah, she is steamy. We're gonna leave her be. That's right. We'll eat it later. I'll just put that.
Niori. Shion. I... Damn it. Oh no.
Take this! You're finished! Take this!
Swarm! Sword Rain Alpha! Wind! Here I come! Severing Wind! Strike! Dragon Swarm! Sword Rain Alpha! Wind! Lunar Rongo! Stardust! This one's all mine!
Oh shit, was I muted? Did I did I accidentally mute myself? Weird. Oh, you know what it is? I bet you when I hit my unmute button earlier, it didn't fucking work. Weird. Either way. Yeah, but I guess to reel back a little bit, I said, I came back with ramen. Man, that's weird. My mic has a mute button that's on top, and you have to, it's not a button. It's like a little sensor that you just like tap or swipe or whatever. And I guess I must have just either double tapped or didn't register. I'm surprised I didn't notice. But thank you for mentioning it. But yeah, no, I came back to ramen. I mentioned it's too hot to eat, so I was just gonna wait to eat it. And that I was 5 minutes late because I also wanted to make a coffee. I think that's pretty much all I said. That I can think of. Yeah, oh, I think I also said thank you for when you said welcome back as well. And then I said, oh great, the bots again, and I muted my my alerts so we don't have to deal with that. Oh, it was only 2, it looks like.
Eat dirt! Here I come! Sword Rain Alpha! Dragon Swarm! Wind! Lunar Rongo! Rising Falcon!
This is rough.
Take this! Sword Rain Alpha! Dragon Da! There! You're mine! It's over! Sword Rain Alpha! Dragon Swarm! Sword Rain Alpha! Wind! Lunar Rongo!
Got in a little close.
There!
That's okay.
Take this! Dragon Swarm! Sword Rain Alpha! Wind! Lunar Rongo! Rising Falcon! You're mine! Sword Rain Alpha! Dragon Swarm! Sword Rain Alpha! Severing Piston! You picked the wrong fight! Here I come! Dragon Swarm! Sword... Severing Wind! Lunar Rongo! Rising... Here I come! Sword Rain Alpha! Wind! Rising Falcon! Dragon Swarm! Sword Rain Alpha! Dragon Swarm! Sword Rain Alpha! Wind! Lunar Rongo! Dragon Swarm! Sword Rain Alpha! This one's all mine! Rising Falcon!
Ooh,
You picked the
we're
wrong
not
fight.
aiming the right way.
Try harder! Sword Rain Alpha! Dragon Swarm! Wind! Lunar Rongo! Here I come! You're finished! Try harder!
Yeah, really. I'm wondering if that's one of those fights we could have failed. Like, if it would have allowed us to.
Alvin?
Frinwell!
What happened just now? Normally you'd be able to take that thing with your eyes closed.
Thank goodness you're alive. Are you all right?
Yeah.
I'm just glad we found you in one piece. You were the only one still missing. There's a village back the way we came from, Thistleim. Kisara and La are already there.
Frinwell, where are we?
Ganeth Harros, Volron's realm. Remember?
Ushered by the waves straight to the enemy stronghold. A rare stroke of luck, it would seem.
Luck?
If Volron's here, that means Shion's close too, right?
Shion? Oh. Right. Of course.
Yeah, really.
Are you sure you're feeling okay? You seem a little off.
He's probably just exhausted. Let's save the catching up for when we're back at the village.
Poor Alvin. Retired Avenger. Ooh, she gets Holy Lance. Too bad we didn't have that in time, right? It will save up for increased invasion distance.
I think Hoodle senses an owl around here.
Ooh, Astral Crystal. Just in case we didn't have enough. I have a feeling the owl isn't back here, but just in case. I would have told us by now. Alright. I guess the next set of curiosity is, am I going to have to fight everything? Probably not.
Benediction light.
Raging cascade! Not in your dreams!
Dragon Swarm! Sword Rain Alpha!
If it hides,
Severing
you
Blade!
back it out again!
Here I come!
Rotating pile.
Stardust!
Sealed! I'll
Resonate
be
with
saving
the earth.
this one!
Take
till
this!
I leave first!
It's over!
Photon
Sword
blast!
up! Air pressure! Sword Rain Alpha! It's on! You picked the wrong fight!
Benediction light.
Thunder
Wind!
field!
Heal!
Raging
Lunar Rondo!
cascade!
Dragon Swarm!
Dance in the wind!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Sealed!
Take this.
I'll be saving
Negative
this
gate in a
one!
bind.
Dragon Swarm!
Benediction light.
More where that came from!
Heal.
Dance
I'm
in the
ready.
wind!
Go with me! In an instant! Impact Block!
Beckon into
Lightning
everlasting.
Here I come!
Thunder
Negative
blade!
gate. On your knees.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Light Astro Curve!
Wind!
Malevolent! Now!
Rising Falcon!
Seal! Dohalim!
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis!
Let's refrain from losing.
The suck your healer? Yeah. At least he has the heal. This could have been worse. I see.
Speaking of Thistleum, it's populated by Danans, but they're not under the rule of any lord. Pretty refreshing, huh? The whole town was built by Danan defectors, escapees from elsewhere. This area's teeming with stray Zoogles, though, so heaven only knows how they managed to set up a community here. The ordeal seems to have left them understandably on edge. Kisara and La are back there right now trying to convince them of our good intentions. Say, Alphen, it looks like you got your face back then.
Yeah.
And your sense of pain, too, it would seem. Any connection?
Really? Oh, but that means...
Probably.
Poor Alvin.
I wonder if Alphen's going to be okay.
For now, I believe we should hold off on speculation and simply keep an eye on him.
Right.
Oh, your CP, yeah. Can we not jump right now? Odd. Is this one of those moments where they're like, bitch, you're gonna have to backtrack. It sucks. No, there we go. It just wasn't letting me trigger it at first. That's all right.
You're saying we should check the Owl Forest?
Alphen! Boy, am I glad to see you safe.
Well, did you manage to convince them we're not in league with any lord?
Yeah, eventually.
When the ship sank, I thought we were done for. Guess the world just couldn't keep us apart.
Yeah, and now we can finally go rescue Shion.
There's something I need to tell you guys first. I got my memory back.
You don't say, Alpin.
So, what did you remember? Are you able to tell us now?
Give the man some space, Law.
All right. Food consumed.
I remember being up on Lenegus.
Go on.
I was abducted from Dano. I was told if I ever wanted to return home, I'd have to cooperate. So that's what I did. Next thing I knew, they had made me into the Sovereign.
You mean to say you won the crown contest? As a Danon?
No. They kept me locked in a strange facility. They experimented on me, like I was nothing more than an animal. There were others, but only I survived. Of course, I wasn't really a king. The reality was that they treated me worse even than the lowest slave. The only reason I survived was because my body was able to withstand the Sovereign's power that they placed inside me.
The crest that appeared behind you on Almadria's ship must have undoubtedly been that of the Sovereign. It all makes sense now. Your affinity with the Blazing Sword, the strange powers you possess, they were all because you were the Sovereign.
Okay, but why would the Renans go out of their way to give you all that power? Just what exactly does being the Sovereign entail?
They said it was for something called the Spirit Channeling Ceremony. They taught me how to harness my power for when the big day came. As for what the ceremony was actually for, unfortunately, I never found out.
So if what you're saying about being on Lenegis is true, then maybe you really did meet Xion. After all, you said you recognized her from somewhere, right?
But Xion said she'd never seen him before. How do you explain that?
I was wrong. It wasn't Xion I knew from Lenegis. It was Naori. She was a Renan maiden they paired me with during the spirit channeling ceremony. She's the woman I kept seeing in my dreams.
A maiden? What?
Wait, so this Naori figure just happens to be the double of Xion? Bit coincidental, isn't it?
Naori's family name was Imeris.
Oh no.
Imeris? As in Xion Imeris?
That's
so
only
they're
a coincidence.
distant relatives or something? Wait, or are they sisters?
Your guess is as good as mine. All I know is it was Naori. She's the one who put the mask on me.
The mask? But why?
To keep my soul from devouring itself over the guilt. After what I did on Lenegis. Over the lives I took.
Lives? You mean you staged a rebellion?
Perhaps it was a part of this spirit channeling ceremony?
I don't know. Whatever it was that the spirit channeling ceremony was supposed to achieve, it didn't turn out as planned. I lost consciousness halfway through. By the time I came to, Lenegis was a sea of flames. I opened my eyes to see Naori there, weeping. I shudder to think of how many deaths I caused that day. Certainly more than any of these lords can claim, I'm sure.
You
I
really
wouldn't be so certain
expect
of
us to
that.
believe this? First the Sovereign, then Lenegis? You couldn't possibly have done all that.
I wonder. In ancient scripture, there is tell of a terrible calamity that befell Lenegis, nearly destroying it. The restoration took years and required the work of countless laborers.
By ancient, you mean...
It predates the crown contest, to a time before even
I
the
fucking
first Renan
mentioned that,
invasion
did I
of
not?
Dana. More than 300 years ago.
300? But that'd make Alphen...
I called this a long time ago, too. I'm pretty excited about that.
That's right. I'm pretty much an antique of a human being. Deep down, maybe I already knew.
Alphen...
Some hero, huh? Cooperating with the same villains who snatched me from my home, committing mass slaughter, only for it to slip my mind. Then, when I finally remember, turns out I'm so old I've got scripture written about me. So much for standing up to injustice. I've probably got more blood on my hands than all the lords combined!
Alphen, stop! Honestly, I'm not going to pretend to understand what all this means. But what I do know is that right now, you're just reacting to the shock.
Kisara.
Listen, what you really need is time. Time to process things and get your head straight. Truth be told, I think that probably goes for all of us.
What about Shion? We can't just...
I'm worried about Shion too, Law. But it's clear that Alphen's in no fit state to fight. This is Volron, remember? Even at full capacity, it's practically a suicide mission. We stay put in the village till we're ready. Okay, everyone?
I'm glad we have her on our team.
Take some time to think things through, okay? But remember, we're all here for you if you need us. No matter how dark things might seem, you're not alone, Alphen.
Thank you.
It's fine. All right, everyone. Let's break for now.
Not again.
Do I even have the right to fight? Do I have the right to go to Shion's rescue?
Yes.
What do the others think?
I don't think any of them really care. It's so old that it's history to them. They have no attachment to it. Yeah. The question then becomes, how did he end up down on Donna in the first place? After what happened to Lenegis, did he just get ejected? That doesn't sound very likely. Some curiosity I have now. Haha. All right.
What will I even accomplish going alone?
Oh boy. Yeah. So, SJ, I got a question for you. Or even for anyone in chat that wants to answer this question. I guess the first part, I'll ask two questions. The first part, who do you think the next Smash Bros. Character is going to be? Now, Sora, Sponge. It might be. Honestly, you say SpongeBob was a joke, but there's a chance that happens. Sora wouldn't be a bad one. I know Kingdom Hearts is kind of one of those series you either love or you hate. I feel like it's just kind of by nature of how it is. It's just how it's going to be gonna go. Yeah, but I was thinking though, JRPGs that popped off were the only games that got characters soon after their launches. Right? I mean, that might be anecdotal, but I can at least think of three. Joker from Persona 5, obviously. If I recall correctly, that was only like a little bit afterwards. After like Persona 5 it took off. So like months after it released, but like once it had taken like, you know, garnered its large amass of popularity. But and then you had Byleth from Three Houses, and then oh fuck, who was the other one? I had another one in mind. I can't think of who it is now. Frick. Carol who's writing ruins any chance of enjoying it. I think that's kind of the thing, right? It's like Kingdom Hearts had the issue of all of its baseline writing. It was 4 years old at the time it came out. Wait, really? I mean, I guess the game came out in 2015, right? It was like 2015, 2016. So, damn, I actually didn't think that was. I could have. Well, there it just goes to show how bad my my memory is. But either way, okay. So I guess that kind of hurts my original theory then. Was he added in 2020? Really? I suppose it could have been early 2020. Well, I guess, okay, so that hurts my theory, but honestly, I think ultimately maybe it helps me in the long run for what I was going to say. Is I was thinking, they already gave us a Tails character, technically. Technically. I say that very technically. In the form of Mii Fighter, or Mii Sword Fighter, rather, with Lloyd, which I'm sure pissed off Japanese and English players alike, because he was the most requested in Japan, right? But I was thinking a nice happy medium would be for them to release someone like Elfin. But I was thinking a really cool thing they could do is not all Tales Pro tags, but a large chunk of them play very similar to one another. Even Elfin, without his like flaming sword, obviously, plays very similarly to characters like not so much Yuri. Yuri actually takes on the rival role in the Tales within the Tales of archetypes, which I come to realize isn't quite that rigid of a thing in the Tales of series, but still. But like Flynn kind of has some similar things. Sword Rain is literally a skill from all the way back in Fantasia. In fact, it's that old. The way he does it though, I mean, like Sword Rain Alpha, like that's been the name of it for a long time. So it's just like things like that, right? So it's like they could really do a hero situation with a lot of the characters. More brawlers, yeah, really. Also, I was thinking it'd be really cool. One way that they can incorporate the further other characters is it would be cool if they started releasing them as me costumes. So like Senel could be me fighter. He's the pro tag of Tales of Legendia. I think he's one of like 2 or 3 maybe fist fighters that are the main characters instead of sword fighters. It'll probably be a decent idea. Oh. You saw. Well, the only reason, I mean, you're probably right. Honestly, I'm sure they've done the legwork they need to. But the only thing that would stop them from doing Sora, in my opinion, is the fact that the licensing to get Sora is a nightmare. Disney is unwavering in its license for the Kingdom Hearts. Fuck, I couldn't think of the name. They're unwavering in their license agreement to the point that Sora hasn't been allowed to show up in pretty much anything else other than Kingdom Hearts over the years. In fact, I don't think he's ever showed up in anything else. Along with other like Kingdom Hearts original characters, they've never been allowed to exist outside their series, which is frustrating because again, a lot of people like the games. I'm sure there's plenty of people that would love it, and for full disclosure, yeah, I'm a pretty big Kingdom Hearts guy. I have a lot of nostalgia for it. I think is part of it, but I don't know. I don't know if I would even liking Kingdom Hearts like at large. I pretty much love the entire series. I haven't played 3 yet. It's sitting across from me. I'll eventually play it, I'm sure. But that aside, though, I don't know if I will. I don't know if I'd want Sora in Smash though at this point. True, but Nintendo got a lot of characters that have been locked down for a long time, like Banjo-Kazooie. I guess that's fair. Rare has been really, like, dead the past however many years. Like, what? The only thing correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm pretty certain the only thing we've gotten from Rare in, like, the past, like, maybe not 10 years, but, like, close to that, like, 8 to 10 years, maybe, is, like, the remake of Perfect Dark, or is it, like, a re-release of Perfect Dark? I actually don't know. And Sea of Thieves. I'm pretty certain otherwise they haven't done anything. Right? Or at least nothing major. I'm sure, I mean, as I'm saying, I'm like, yeah, I mean, the company has existed that long, so they probably are doing shit, but Sea of Thieves, they're working on a new IP. I know. Okay, well, that's good. But I know they're also doing Perfect Dark again. Everwild. That kind of sounds like an interesting title. A little generic, but at the same time, it invokes something in me that's like, huh, what's that about? Honestly, I loved Rare. I've always loved Rare. mostly because I was a huge Perfect Dark fan. A game that I spent hundreds of hours in and never even touched multiplayer. I'd say hundreds, maybe like 100 when I was younger and when I didn't play games nearly as much. So, big. I guess I had to reel back my exaggerations, but. Although, it's funny enough, that said, I never did play Banjo-Kazooie or Banjo-Tooie. Just, it never stuck out to me. I played their. I'm as a ex Sony fanboy. I'm supposed to say. The superior game, Croc, but whatever. Viva Pinata, that's true too. Yeah, that was a fucking amazing game. Viva Pinata had no right to be as good as it was. No fucking right. But it was beautiful. What a beautiful game that was. Can explore some more stuff. Oh, that makes sense. I didn't know that, but that would explain one of the reasons why I hadn't heard of what they were up to. Reason to get addicted to it. It's so good. So back around the time I played Vesperia for the first time, we rented games consistently because I would stay the night at Kyra's place every single weekend for the entire weekend through school, and we would always rent a game. So we went and we rented Viva Pinata one night, and literally it was all we did. We didn't swap to play Halo like we like to. We'd LAN party. I'd bring my my Xbox over, and once our Xboxes were like obsolete, I'd bring my computer over. You know, it's like always had both our shit there. We always had tons of stuff there to do shit with. But we just didn't. We were like, nah, man, I want to play Viva Pinata. Fuck Halo. Fuck Far Cry. Fuck whatever the hell we were playing at the time, right? It's just like, nah, this is what we're playing tonight. Have you seen the trailer for everyone? No, I haven't. That's the first time I've heard of it, actually. It's aimed for 2024 because of COVID. That's fair. Honestly, we're at a point now where, like, we're in a black spot. These 2 years, I will forgive a game that had its development cycle pass through COVID by about a 2-year span. Like, if a game was supposed to release in 2021 and it releases in 2023, that's fine. That's whatever. That's just, it sucks, but I ain't gonna blame the company for it. But if it released in 2024, I'm like, all right, listen, motherfuckers. That's shitty.
What do you see out there?
Zoogles. Strays by the looks of it.
I still really want to play Sea of Thieves
We disturbed
again.
their territory on our way here, and now they're looking pretty riled up. So, feel like you're making
Nice.
headway? You know, sorting through things?
All I know is Shion needs our help. As for what happens after that...
Say, how did you get back down here from Lenegis, anyway?
I came down in a Renan starship. I have Naori to thank for that.
What happened to her? Did she come with you?
She stayed behind. Just as I wanted to get back to Dana and my people, Naori's place was with her fellow Renans, performing her duties as the Maiden. Neither of us asked for the power or roles we were given. I suppose we felt a kinship with each other in that sense. But even then...
Wait, so you mean it wasn't just Danans like you that Lenegis abducted? You're saying they forced Naori, one of their own, to serve against her will as well?
I mean, that makes sense
Even within
considering
Renan
what
society
Wind
itself,
Bitch just
there
did.
exists a hierarchy. I don't think she was ever given the option to refuse. Despite that, she did everything she possibly could to serve her people. The very same ones I ended up slaughtering. And even after that, she still helped me escape back to Dana. She stayed behind on Lenegis to help any of her people who survived. I owe her more than words can express. A debt left to fester for what? 300 years? How do I even begin to make up for something like that?
In all honesty, you don't. You can't atone for what's happened in the past. I don't think anyone can. Be it several centuries ago, or just yesterday.
What are you saying? then I might as well give up?
Nope.
I'm saying you don't have to be a white knight in shining armor. Back after my brother had passed away, it was you who told me that his dream lived on inside me. And you did the same for him, for Dohalim, when he was ready to give up too. You were there for both of us. You know what I heard? I heard you telling me to keep fighting, to strive no matter what.
And I was out of line. I had no right to ask that of you.
No, you're wrong. Those words were exactly what I needed to hear at the time. In fact, I would go as far as to say that I wouldn't even be here had I not heard them. Left to my own devices, who knows when I would have been able to pick myself up. Besides, it's not like killing all those people was a choice that you made of your own free will.
No,
right?
I only played it at launch.
The truly terrible ones are the people
And
who
I loved it at
abducted you.
launch, so if
The ones
anything,
who forced
all this
you
new
to
stuff
wield
is
that
probably really
power.
great.
They're the ones you should be blaming. Not only that, but that guilt you feel inside, that's all the proof you need to know you're a good person, Alphen. Do you understand? If I'm still allowed to fight and keep on living, then damn it, Alphen, so the hell are you. But
I don't
if you're
know if
still
those
not
things
convinced,
correlate, but I
then
agree
ask
with
yourself
it.
this. What is it that
Just
you've
could be worded
really
a
been
bit better,
fighting for this
probably.
whole time? Go on, ask yourself.
What I've been fighting for, huh?
Because it's not like their situations are direct correlations. It's not like she murdered a bunch of people. But either way, what she's saying is true, though. The sentiment is what matters. In that minute. Sorry, in that. He didn't move. That's true too. Again, like I said, I do still believe her sentiment. I feel like if I were in Elfin's shoes, I'd have been like, wait, but you didn't kill a bunch of people. That's probably where my brain would have went. But yeah, no, I don't blame Elfin at all. I think we're at a point where I'm willing to bet that Naori probably didn't blame him either. She looked dead inside when she helped him out, but she helped him out all the same, because I bet she was more sad at the situation than she was towards any one person. I'm only speculating based on having literally no context about her character whatsoever, but I don't see why else she would have helped Elfin at that point. I've seen it time and time and time again. In fucking Tales of the Abyss, they do it. Just as, like a good like predecessor to Arise, right? Where characters look to other characters for doing silly, stupid shit, whether it was their fault or not. You know, mass murder, genocide, fucking whatever it might be. You know, horrible, horrible fucking shit. And they will look to the character and be like, nah, bro. Fuck you. It is your fault and you have to deal with it. Suck it up, bitch. I don't know where that one came from, but you know what I mean? It's just like one of those kinds of moments. And then like, but then that's not what Naori did though, right? She didn't do any of that. I mean, obviously we only seen a small bit, but based on what he recollected too, that was not what happened. So it's like, basically, Arise is a bit of a direct contrast to Tales of the Abyss. And, I mean, more so than I think other Tales games. Because, and a bit of Destiny too, mind you. There's a lot of Destiny in this game too. But, yeah, I don't know. That's funny to think about. So I guess spoilers for Tales of the Abyss, if anyone cares. Just thought I'd mention it now. We have the entire playthrough up on my Twitch VODs and on my YouTube, so feel free. But the point I'm getting at though is during the Exerioth part, it's basically the everything coming to a bit of a head in the story. Wait, how the hell do you accidentally do that? That's shitty. No, DLC is mostly like extra shit, like in a Persona game. So you're good. Well, at least I think. I assume. But yeah, sorry. In Tales of the Abyss, when Luke finally everything comes to a head, he drops Xeric. But the entire time he's being manipulated by a guy who he's supposed to be supposed to be trusting. His parents literally appointed him to be his fucking trainer during everything, to help him relearn how to use a sword and how to relearn to be like a noble, right? So this dude who he's supposed to be able to trust, and he literally drags him aside, gives him all this shit. Obviously, it's sketchy as shit to the player, but to the character, it makes sense that he would go along with it. Even as things start to look a little sketchy, he's a kid. They literally find out later on in the story, he's literally 7 years old. He's a fucking child. Of course he's gonna go along with this shit. And then he drops the city, killing plenty of people. Like wiping out probably like tens of thousands of people, we're talking. Like probably maybe even more, like hundreds of thousands depending. Right? But he kills a fuck ton of people. They even watch a kid die by sinking into the miasma because they don't have a way to save him. So they have to watch him slowly sink to his fucking death while he clutches to his dad's fucking chest. Or I think it was his dad's chest, that or like a wooden board or something. Like fucking dark shit. And they can't do anything about it. So what do they do? They spin around and they blame Luke. They're like, nah, Luke, you're a fucking evil bastard. What the fuck's wrong with you? Obviously they don't say it like that, but like they're like, I guess to reel it back, the way they really phrase it, obviously paraphrasing still, but they're like, no, Luke, this is your responsibility. You killed all these people. And they're like, you're not allowed to mope about this. You're not allowed to be sad about this. You have to keep moving. Type deal. You know, like a little bit of like anime, you know, motivational shit. But at the same time, they're still dogging on this character. Dogging on him super hard the entire fucking time. Just harping on about how much this is his fault until like later on in the game. Right? Horrible. Yeah, exactly. So it's like it's one of those moments that like by the time you get to the part where Luke has come to terms with everything, mind you, no help from the rest of the fucking party. Honestly, I still stick by it. Everyone in that party are fucking evil. They just are happenstance the only people that are capable of saving the world. The only two good guys in Tales of the Abyss are Luke, maybe Ash. Although I don't know if he really counts because we know he. But the other one I was thinking of is Ion. That's character development. Hey, that's much different. But yeah, no. So it's just like, yeah, no. I'm of the mind though that like the Tales of the Abyss cast are evil people. They were very, or not even evil, sorry, but horrible people. That I don't think they were necessarily uncharacteristically horrible. So character writing wise, it's fine, but it was very frustrating at times to get through for certain. Yeah, actually, I didn't think about that. I mean, there's definitely a lot of character development across the board, but he's the one who gets the most individual for certain. But yeah, no, sorry. Anyways, I digress moment. But this is a direct contrast to that, though. These characters are like, yo, Alphen, listen, we get it. There's a lot of dead people. It was a long time ago, but you murdered them. You murdered them or you didn't. But you obviously didn't mean to. It doesn't matter if they believe whether or not he blacked out or not. The guilt he is showing right now is enough to prove to a lot of people, especially the party, I'd be willing to bet, that he obviously didn't do it on purpose, or for that matter, because he wanted to. And they're not like, well, Alphen, sorry, we can't follow you. You're gonna have to prove yourself again to us. I can't follow a murdering bastard. It's like, whoa, Jesus, Rinwell. I don't know why Rinwell is the name that came to mind, but you know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know. I like it. I like the contrast. I guess it's kind of getting at. I'm being really long-winded about it. I just think that this is how, if Tales of the Abyss's story went this direction, I would have been a lot more okay with it. I would have liked Abyss a lot more, probably. Because I think, and I mean, obviously Abyss is an older game. I get it. A lot of the things that happened in Abyss were probably things at the time that people thought was a lot more of like the proper response to things, right? And that's fine. Nothing wrong with that inherently. But I don't know. It's hard to look at that and think and try to put myself in that headspace, because I just know categorically a lot of that shit is just the wrong way to react. It's hard to pull yourself out of that headspace for even for older shit, I think, sometimes. So. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot more nuance going on there too, right? Blame himself, but he didn't know what the ceremony was for. True. And I mean, it was one of those moments where, like, think about it this way. Think about gladiatorial fights. Obviously, we know that, you know, historically, there's a lot of things that we've probably gotten wrong about gladiatorial fights, but that's fine. I'm not even really talking about, like, realism here for a second. But, like, our perception of them, right? Our perception of gladiatorial fights from, you know, ancient times, medieval times, so on and so forth, was a dude given a sword, and he's like, yo, if you don't kill the dude in front of you, you don't get to eat. If you kill enough of them, I don't know, maybe we'll start paying you. Maybe we'll start giving you some freedoms back. So on and so forth, you know? Now, realistically, a lot of that's probably more fantasy than anything, but it is still something that resonates with people. Right? So it's like, a lot of people look to that and they think, well, it's shitty that this man has to kill these other people who are probably innocent. Or if they're not innocent, they don't deserve what's about to happen to them. You know? It's like, but people still look to that and think that, like, but this guy needs to do this. It's survival at that point, right? It's like Elfin going along with their experiments that whole time was the only way to survive and return home. So even if someone wanted to argue that him going along with any of it from the get-go was somehow, like, the wrong choice, it's like, no, it's the right choice. He wants to return home. He doesn't want to die. He shouldn't just concede because he thinks that, you know, death might come of it. And how could he have even anticipated what happened? The only anticipation he was able to have is that he might die because of the experiments, because other Donans did, right? That's the only precedent he was given. Not that he might go berserk or black out or somehow be the catalyst to many, many other people dying. There was no precedent for that. Anyways, it's a very long-winded way for me to say that I enjoyed that scene, and I enjoy the way the characters are talking about it. I'm being nitpicky and breaking it down, mostly because, I don't know, there's a lot of drastic contrasts to be had with gaming over history, right? Times have changed, what people are willing to accept, and what they're alright with have changed, so on and so forth. But also, our ability to look at situations in different ways has changed. You know, there may have been a time where the principle of murder was enough to make you the evil person, but now there's the nuance of mistake or accidental or, you know, so on and so forth. And it's cool to kind of, I don't know, to sit back and look at it, to address it, and kind of enjoy the writing evolution, as it were. That's true too. If it wasn't Elfin, it could have been someone else. And who knows, maybe shit would have been worse in that scenario, right?
You're certainly full of surprises, aren't you?
Trust me, it's not intentional.
Sorry, that was insensitive of me. Though, there's still an awful lot I wish I could understand. Every new piece of information seems only to yield further mysteries. The truth feels just as elusive as when we first started.
So what
I
if
am
the
well
Sovereign
aware
is
of
just
where you
immortal?
got your powers. But why, as a Danon, do you bear the same crest as the current Renan Sovereign? More to the point, why choose a Danon for their Sovereign in the first place?
Probably because they weren't necessarily against the idea at the time.
A figure so powerful, she's playing yin to the Sovereign's yang in esoteric ceremonies. And yet, I've never even heard of her. Then again, this all occurred 300 years ago. What if the term sovereign doesn't even hold the same meaning as it did back then?
Very possible.
Listen, I may be a traitor among my people, but I am still Renan, born and raised. I learned the same history, listened rapt to the same tales. And yet now I feel like there was little truth to any of it.
Speaking of which, there's something else that I remember from the spirit channeling ceremony. It used the Renis Alma.
You're certain?
Yes. Or at least that's what they called it. Only you would know if it was one and the same.
Oh, I have never laid eyes on the real artifact myself. And you never participated in a crown contest. You're not even Renan. Many mysteries lay buried in these 3 centuries past.
3 centuries is more than several lifetimes. Was I really out that long?
Well, I'm only estimating based on historical record. But all the facts would seem to point that way.
Who the hell am I?
If I may be frank, we have even bigger fish to fry than that. By comparison, the far more important question at hand is, just what does it all mean?
Frank, huh?
Sometimes, we need a little help in addressing the truth behind our pain. Not to compete over lives lost, but I suspect your count is still somewhat beneath mine.
Thanks for lending me an ear. And sorry for being a bother.
Please, no thanks are necessary. The quicker you get back on your feet, the sooner we can all get back out there.
In a way, that is a weirdly endearing thing to say. Yo, bro, don't worry. I've murdered more people than you. I got you. I'm sorry, what? You want to repeat that to me? Obviously, in context, it's great. It's just... that's one of those out-of-context moments where, you know, a head-turning moment of, what the fuck did you just say? You what? Yeah, that's fair.
All this time, I thought it was the worrying about Xion and the pain bringing you down. I didn't realize you were lonely too.
I guess all of us are. In one way or another.
Yeah, but you've only just found out. I mean, no, not found out. Remembered.
To tell you the truth, I was actually beginning to forget I'd even lost my memory in the first place. Now that it's returned, well, you can see what I'm like. It's strange. When I think about Lenegus, it still feels like it was only a year or 2 ago that I was there. But then I realized what feels like years was actually centuries ago.
What about your hometown? Do you know if it's still there?
I doubt it. When the Renans invaded, the world as I knew it changed overnight. Even if the place is still there physically, I expect the people will be long gone. Certainly everyone I knew, at least. My family, my friends.
Yeah, I know how that feels. I have no home to return to either. No family waiting for me. I used to curse my bad luck that I'd ever been born a mage in the first place. Otherwise, if I hadn't, maybe my mother and father would still be alive today. Although if that had been the case, I guess I'd probably still be just another slave with no means to resist. I'd never have met up with you guys, that's for sure.
Have you learned to embrace your powers yet?
Nuh-uh. I resent them a little less than before, though. They've kept me alive this long, right? I try not to think about it too much. After all, who can predict what the future will hold? I guess what I'm trying to say is that with everything that's happened in your past, finding out you're the Sovereign and all, it's no wonder you're conflicted. Heck, honestly, I think anyone would be.
Rinwell.
First it was Xion, then it was me, and now it's you. All of us suffering, just because of some power we never even asked for.
Yeah. All this time you were suffering right in front of me, and I never even knew. I feel like I finally understand what you and Xion were going through.
You couldn't have known. Still, if you want to make it up to her, Shouldn't we hurry it up and rescue her already? Poor Xion must be lonely, all by herself wherever she is.
Yeah, you're right. Let's get going.
Alphen, are we gonna go rescue Xion or what? What's gotten into you, man? Aren't you worried about her?
Do I even have any right to be?
If you were in my place, you'd say, to hell with all that. What do you want to do?
Sounds like me. Pretending I have all the answers is kind of my forte.
Come on, man, snap out of it. This isn't like you. Look, I get it. You finally remember your past, only to feel like you've lost yourself again. You're in shock, and who wouldn't be? Worse still, you blame yourself for what happened. And yeah, I don't agree, but that doesn't mean I don't understand either. But here's the thing. None of that's got anything to do with Xion.
I guess.
It's about Naori, isn't it? Look, you're still here, aren't you? Who's to say this chick isn't alive and kicking out there somewhere, too?
Probably not, Law. I don't know if I would have
I've
jumped
said
at
my
that.
piece. The thing is, though, where does this leave Xion?
My power consumed me once already. I left behind a path of fire and destruction. And the same thing could happen again. I can't guarantee anyone's safety, including Xion's.
So you think we might get burned up because of your sovereign powers? I can think of worse ways to go. Come on, fight this thing! What happened to the guy who talked to me after my dad died? The one who cared enough to reach out and save me? That's the guy I was proud to follow. Not this faltering imposter who's taken his place.
Law.
No, I'm serious. What's gotten into you, man? Just give me the word and I'll beat some sense into you if that's what it takes. Now, I'm gonna ask you this once and only once. Are you serious about rescuing Xion or not? What's it gonna be, Alphen?
I fucking love Law, dude.
What do you think? Of course I want to rescue her. Hell, I'd do it right now if I could.
So then quit griping and do it already!
Listen, you're probably right about all this.
Alphen.
It's exactly like you said. Whatever happened in my past has nothing to do with Xion. But there's still so much that There I go again. So much for the inspiring Alphen of old.
He could be a pain sometimes. Besides, even a hero has to let the cracks show once in a while, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Just give me a little more time to fill in the cracks. And thanks, Law.
Hey, don't even mention it. You've totally got this, Alphen. I believe in you.
Bryce Papenbrook and Ray Chase have a have a heart-to-heart
to
talk.
the inn, I guess.
I like these scenes though; they're good.
Alphen! There you are!
What is it?
Zeugles, that's what! They're almost at the village gates!
Any closer and they'll be house hunting. I knew we shouldn't have cut through their territory.
That sounds bad.
Can you fight? No shame in bowing out if you're not up for it.
Kisara's right. You don't want to go overdoing it.
Curious if we're gonna get a separate power to the blazing sword now.
I'm up for it.
Really?
You ready?
As ready as I'll ever be. It's now or never, right?
Alphen, right! Great to have you back! Now let's do this!
Well, I have a feeling it's gonna be a while before we get access to it again, that's all. I said I wonder if we're gonna get another power to the blazing sword. Ooh, Law. What's... Ooh, Inferno Punch. Increase critical damage. Don't we have KO prevention somewhere around here? Oh, we did. There it is. That's huge.
Look sharp, people. If we don't act fast, they're going to get into the village.
Right. We need to hurry.
And switch to other characters. Here, which is fine. I don't know. I was kind of enjoying playing Elfin again. I might just stick to it.
Remember, if the pain's too much...
We've all got our own pain to deal with. I'm done letting others pick up my slack.
Here they come! We can't let even a single one through!
There's a firm no-Zuko policy.
Fine by me. Let's get to work then. Super Swallow Dance!
Dragon Form!
Are those arms even natural?
Now I'm in the groove.
Raging Cascade! Not in your dreams!
Astral
That's my cue!
Shut him down! I'm not done! Dragon Form!
Super Swallow Dance!
Now!
Alex Storm!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade! Dragon Shout!
Too fast! Stand back! I'll trip it up! Sword Rain Alpha!
Eat this!
Dragon Form! It's almost too strong!
Split it open!
Be my
Let me
guest!
see what I can do!
Dragon Form! I'm nearly done for.
Denied! Thunder Touch! Alex Storm!
I just realized something. We could really use our healer.
Arcane Spike!
You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
Storm!
Water!
Light Burst Force!
Radiant Genesis!
On your knees!
Arcane Water! Not in your dreams!
Glimmer Blade! Do it! Demons Descend! Flashing Fang!
There we go.
Alphen,
Yeah.
you okay?
I'm fine. This pain thing really hurts, huh?
But hey, at least you're still alive.
It wouldn't be called pain if it was pleasant. It can be pretty useful, though. It's good motivation to improve and get stronger.
Guess I've got a lot of room to improve in that regard.
Anyway, I'm glad we could protect the village, especially after everything they've done for us.
Yeah.
You know, this limb kind of reminds me of home. The people here have hidden themselves away out of the fear of being found, always watching their backs. Though in the end, home was destroyed anyway.
That won't happen here.
Oh? Is that a hint of fighting spirit I sense?
Yeah. I won't lie. Some of these memories will take a while to process. But I've learned something too. My rage, this fury I feel at our so-called rulers, it comes from having so much of myself stripped away from me back then. Friends, family, home. They took everything from me, and left me with nothing but guilt. I was completely alone. At least that's what I thought. But not
Hey,
anymore.
true. Silver lining.
Since I awakened, I've met people who I care about. Friends who hold me up. Friends who make me feel like I'm worth something. And I won't lose that. Not ever again. I'll protect those bonds with everything I have. That's why I need to keep fighting.
But Xion comes first.
Of course. First we rescue Xion, then we defeat Volron and liberate Dana. Everyone, will you fight with me?
Say the word and I'm there.
Certainly no objections.
Then it's agreed. Our next stop will be the capital, Pelegion. According to the villagers, there's a huge cliff separating Thistleum from the capital. Luckily for us, there's a path we can use to climb up.
Sounds like a plan. Let's go.
We don't know what lies ahead. We should prepare well before we venture forth.
Yeah, can't exactly fight at the top of your game when you're hungry.
Good point. Let's stop by the inn and plan our next move from there.
Nope, more bots. Actually, funny enough, so we were talking about the Haas situation the other night. And how Haas himself wasn't the one doing the bots, it's someone from his community that got pissy with him and basically wanted to slander his name. Or so was the thought process, but apparently the dude had quit Twitch, I think like close to 20 days? Like, I think it was like, actually it was more like 15 days, I think 15 days. Before the point in time where we got like super hard raided by a bunch of hotspots, like about 100 of them. What apparently is that up now is nobody knows why the guy who's doing the bots is even doing it anymore. Like, there's no clout to be had anymore, kind of deal. It's just like people are like, why? Why are you doing this?
By the way, how is Mahavar doing? Wait, don't tell me we still haven't found him.
It's not like we haven't been looking. I've covered the whole length and breadth of the coast, but...
All of the other crew members are accounted for, including us. But we weren't able to find Mahavar. He's still missing.
I see.
That's not good.
Perhaps he couldn't bring himself to abandon the ship.
You mean at the bottom of the ocean? Damn it.
We don't know that it sank. We all washed up on the same shore. If the ship went down, isn't it strange we haven't come across a single piece of debris?
Do you think he might still be alive somewhere out there?
That's not true.
I think stranger things have happened.
Although,
whether he's alive or otherwise. We've exhausted all the avenues available to us. All we can do now is press on ahead.
Fine. Let's get going.
If the boat got swallowed like that, it would very easily just hit the bottom of the ocean and stay there. There wouldn't be any debris. I don't think, at least.
Thistlein was founded by Danans fleeing the tyranny of Renan lords, right? But when you first came, they must have known Dohalim was Renan. So why do you think they let us in?
They almost didn't. But it wasn't just Dohalim they were wary of. They didn't trust any of us.
Even the weird Danans just like them?
When you live life in constant fear of being pursued, it's only a matter of time before all outsiders start to seem a potential threat.
I suppose that makes sense. So how did you convince them to trust us?
You saw how destitute the village was. They needed food, badly. We hunted some Zeugles for them. That seemed to do the trick.
Of course, a little magic-assisted roast didn't hurt things.
Never underestimate a full stomach's ability to put a person at ease. It turns out a hearty meal can be a powerful weapon.
It's good to hear. So shit was happening while we were out, basically.
Something's on your mind. You having second thoughts about rescuing Shion?
Of course not. Shion's our friend. Almadria was the one I hated. For as long as I can remember, she served as a symbol to me of everything Renan. But ever since getting to know Shion, I realized it doesn't make sense to group people together like that. Every individual is different.
I see.
Besides, the situation with
learned that
Almadria was something else
generalizing
entirely.
pretty much anything is the
I'd
wrong
already
way to be.
decided I wasn't going to kill her. But when I saw her
It
die
took her
right
a while,
in front
but
of
she
me,
got there.
a part of me thought it served her right. That she'd gotten what she deserved. But another part regretted that someone else had come along and killed her instead. Don't get me wrong. If I had the chance again, I still wouldn't kill her. But it's not like I'll be shedding any tears now that she's gone. It's all so confusing. I don't know how to make sense of any of it.
Who said it had to make sense?
Huh?
Rinwell, you've done nothing wrong. You've started to question the beliefs you've held all your life. It's only natural for you to feel disoriented. You didn't give in to the hatred you felt for Almadria. You made a choice not to kill her. And that's significant, whether you realize it or not. As for what it means exactly, that might be worth taking some time to figure out on your own.
True.
Some time.
Or don't, if you don't want to. It's just an idea. I'm still searching too, remember?
No, I think you're right. It can't hurt to keep searching after all. And hey, thanks, Kisara.
Alright. Skit's exhausted. It took her a long while to get to this point, but at least she got there. That should do us for a while. Ooh. We can make refined thunder now. The Dark Wings. Yeah, considering it's the only one we can make, we might play Elfin for a bit. Might as well take up the call. I don't think we can make anything for the others. Actually, that's a lie. We could make this. Yeah, let's do that. He's gonna be our healer for the time being, so it's probably pretty imperative that we keep him. Actually, we need a bit more than that. Oops.
Have you...
At least upped a bit. Also, as much as she bitches about Helen, they're exactly like, yeah, honestly, in a lot of ways.
Guys, checked your equipment lately?
All right, we are now equipped, kitted out, good to go. I meant to cook. I don't know why I did that. It's fine, we can just rest again, but, am I allowed to travel around? No, I didn't think so. Much better. Beginner's Root been saved in a while. Game auto saves, but still safety rather than sorrow. That's an odd way of saying saved and sorry.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
I actually kind of like that, safety rather than sorrow. I don't know why. I just randomly was the way I wanted to phrase it. All right, where's this silly owl hiding? I'm out, Mr. Owl. I promise I won't bite. Like a star brooch? Star hair clip?
You're saying we should check the owl
I would
forest?
love to, Renwell. If only the game would let me. Silly game. Actually, there's something I want to do. I was gonna say, we can add like little hair flares to them. Right, that almost looks like it was meant for Rinwell. If only the color scheme was a bit different. She still looks really cool with sunglasses. Nah, that looks weird on... Alright. Oh, we're going the wrong way. So there's a side quest here. I'm curious what it is. We should probably pick it up.
Hey, if we find anyone who needs help here...
Okay. You people know how to fight Zeugles, yeah? Because I've got a big favor to ask.
Why?
Oh, do you appear... You do indeed appear to be in dire straits. And I could have sworn we already wiped out all the Zeugles. That were trying to get into this village there. No, you did. The Zeugles ain't trying to attack us. They're stealing our fish. Oh, fish? Yeah. These ape Zeugles, they got huge arms, which they use to smash the surface of the water and create those big shock waves. They do that to stun the fish, which makes them float to the surface, right for the take. Damn it! Somehow they learned how to do that recently. They've gotten damn good at it. Certain it's good at it because it's making the rest of us go hungry. And that's quite the pickle you are in.
What?
Damn straight it is. It ain't like these fish grow on trees. That sort of fishing ain't good for our waters.
Is that so?
Oh. So that's your point of contention. The manner in which they fish, not the actual fishing part. I mean, they need to eat too. Zeugles, artificially created or not, are still technically living beings as far as we're aware at the very least, right? It's like, yeah, I understand Kisara's outlook. It's not too far-fetched. You guys are the only ones that have what it takes to drive those crazy monkeys out. We count on you to help out.
Okay.
Absolutely. Let's sort out these fishy fish. These fishy fishing Zeugles, once and for all. And I couldn't have put it better myself. As a fisher herself, this case has gotten her quite fired up. As you can see.
Great job.
It's mighty kind of you to help us out. Man, sort of lay this out on your feet, but greatly appreciate it. Fishing fiends. Alright. Yes, please. The Wandering Bard one is not
I'll teach these small fry who's the apex predator of these waters. Just watch and see.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves now.
I guess we're having fish for dinner tonight.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, one of these days I'll play Scarlet Nexus. It definitely seems like a game I would enjoy.
No choice. You're mine! You're finished!
Hurricane Field!
Pistol! Dragon Swarm! Eat dirt!
Sleep now.
Side! Sword Rain Alpha!
Hurricane Strike! Eagle
Severing Wing! Crumble!
Thunder Field!
Rising Dragon! Dragon Swarm!
I'll stop its talk!
Thanks, Kisara!
Now you see what I can do!
Freeze Lancer!
Win!
Get ready!
I'm on it! Lunar Rongo!
Down! You're all...
Position looking good!
I just realized we swapped. Oh.
Not on my watch. Talon Hurricane. Make it rain. Look shot. Hurricane flight. Look shot and swarm.
Alright. I just realized that our background is literally the same, just so that she on there. Don't know why it took me so long to notice that.
Hey, anyone else think this might be a touch too dangerous?
Ridwell's right. We should fall back to regroup and try again later.
Silver chunk and thermalot.
Feels like I'm melting.
Calaglia was pretty hot, but at least the air there was dry. Out here, it feels like I'm trying to walk through thick soup.
I can hardly breathe, it's so stuffy. And don't get me started on the insects. You hanging in there, Hoodle?
It's brutal, all right. I can feel my energy being drained away just by walking. All this vegetation makes it hard to keep an eye out. Keep your wits about you, everyone. And watch you don't keel over while you're at it.
What's needed at times like these is a relaxing hot spring. That would soon help us adjust.
And where do you expect us to find one of those?
What about you, Alphen? All that gear, and you hardly seem to be breaking a sweat.
Yeah, I guess when you've lived a life devoid of pain for as long as I have, even feeling hot and bothered can be a welcome change.
Well, lucky you, I guess.
Jesus,
just don't expect
the
us to carry you when you pass out.
There it is. That's our target.
Coming through.
This one's all mine.
Feel.
In a bind?
Sword rain out. Try harder. Not a chance. Dragon form.
Elusive deity. Raging cascade.
I did not double tap that game.
Benediction light.
Hurricane.
Leave
You
the
picked the wrong
ensnaring to
fight.
me.
Yeah, and the pummeling to me.
Tidal wave.
Take this. Sword rain alpha.
Water astral energy.
Benediction light.
Severing wind. Take this.
Ready and ready. Eat this. Talon
Rising Falcon.
Resonate
with the earth.
No escape.
Now you see what I can do.
Dragon Swarm.
in the wind. Air
Sword rain alpha.
Photon.
Wind ready.
Dragon ship.
Don't leave.
Hey,
Blow them away.
take this.
Crumble. You're mine.
Confiscated.
I'll take
Dragon
you.
Swarm.
Crescent flash.
Sword rain alpha.
On your knees.
Dragon Swarm.
Ritter
Tear.
Air pressure. Eagle
Here I come. Lunar Rondo.
Lightning condensed.
I'm on
now.
here. Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade.
Don't get complacent.
Yeah. The attention to detail like that is something I will always appreciate. What is that up there? Oh. Probably the fishing spot that those apes were after.
Man, this place is thick with foliage.
I know. It feels like we're going to be swallowed up by all these plants if we stay in here.
Indeed. I much prefer the forests in Menancia myself.
Not that I don't agree, but maybe now's not.
Little help!
Take this. No further. It's over. Sword rain alpha.
Benediction
Dragon
light.
Swarm. You picked the wrong fight. Thanks. Sword rain alpha. Wind.
Seal.
On your knees.
Dragon Swarm. Here I come. Lunar Rondo.
Resonate with the earth.
Here I come. This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you.
Now in the group.
You're mine.
No.
Damn it.
Can't end.
I didn't unlock resurrection on him either.
Here.
Forgive me.
You're mine.
I'll smash you.
I'm not done.
now.
Hydration
I was trying to line that up, and
Swallow dance! You're mine!
Our arts are being interrupted.
Eagle assault! Elusive deity!
Rotating pile driver. Tornado
You're
drive.
mine! Dragon Force!
Elusive
deity!
The earth throbs with pain. Come to an end.
Swallow dance! No escape! Sword Rain Alpha!
not used to using Gisara's ability.
You picked the wrong fight!
Mostly because it requires precise timing most times. Very good.
With this, I can become even stronger.
Let's see what you've got.
Yeah, exactly. Like the writers weren't entirely certain how they wanted to handle it. And you can just tell it's really uninspired and stuff like that, yeah.
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop. Do it! Gisara, I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Benediction light.
Now you see what I can do! Take this! It's over!
I can handle it.
Dragon Form! Win!
I'm just...
Here I come! It's over! Rip it!
Don't leave!
Hey! Blow them away! Step back! This one's all law!
Yeah, that's true.
Further!
Strike!
Photon blast! Lightning contact!
Hey! Dragon Swarm! Eagle Fly! Air pressure! Lunar Rongo! Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! Big blast! Rising Falcon! You picked the wrong fight! Here I come! Sword Rain Alpha! Rising! Try harder!
Not on my watch!
No, you can't! Take this!
Light Astro
Sword Rain Alpha! Severing Wind! Pieces! Hold nothing back!
Dragon
I'm not done! Elusive Deity! Sword Rain Alpha! Dragon Swarm! Wind! First strike! Elusive Deity! Tear you apart! Dragon Swarm! Sword Rain Alpha! Darkness! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! On your knees!
Uh-oh, I wasn't close enough.
I'll be saving this!
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite!
Small,
It'll be good.
but a victory
Yeah,
nonetheless.
I think
We have a long way yet to go.
when it comes to OP characters, I prefer them to be believable if they're going to do it, but ultimately there's something way more special about nuanced characters than just strictly overpowered characters. Or at least overpowered at the gate characters, I should say. I mean, like, if a character gets overpowered over the course of, like, a long time, or the story's progression, that's one thing, but...
Eat this! I'll run you through! I owe you one!
Arts being interrupted.
No further! Take Dragon Swarm! Sword Rain Alpha! Deity! Dragon Swarm! On a roll now!
And more of this will burn out.
I can carve through! Sword Rain Alpha!
Now!
Take! Blow them away!
Lightning
Not a
contact!
chance! Strike!
Thunderbolt!
Rising Falcon!
How cool is that?
Light Astro lightning contact!
Lunar Rongo! Do it! Take this! In an instant! Impact Block!
Resonate with the earth!
This one's all mine!
Eagle assault! More enough!
Eagle Dive!
Here goes! More with
Wind!
from...
I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact Block!
There's always room for improvement.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it comes when it comes down to that kind of a point. It's like either the story keeps up with the power of the character, or the overpoweredness comes to a head. So, like, for instance, like by the end of a story, if the character like, you know, does this big power charge move where he like obliterates everything, but like that's literally it. Like there is no more for him to do moving forwards. So that's like I guess the climax of it all, right? I think that's fine.
What we're looking for.
So long as it makes sense, obviously. If it just came out of their fucking ass, that's a different problem entirely. But Mr. Monkey's time to go. But no, either way, I'm honestly arguing semantics at this point. Because I do agree that
no further. Dragon Form.
OP characters that are just OP for the sake of being OP are just super boring. Or even more so, I love when actually, you know what? One thing I will say, an overpowered character that's overpowered for reasons that are like way more different. So like, for instance, you know, like Goku's overpowered because the story pretty much chooses for him to be powerful, right? But then it's way more interesting to have like a strategic character that's just like outsmarts everyone, and things start to become more like a puzzle game in his power scaling, rather than him just, you know, hitting someone so hard their bones shatter. Stuff like that can be fun, I guess. But so when we come out, we head left. Honestly, I like that stuff a lot more. I like craftiness in characters.
In a bind. It's over. It's on.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I was like trying to remember the button input, and then I realized they were.
You hear it now.
Any more you can all burn out.
Take to the fray.
Not on my watch.
Rising Falcon.
Why are you doing it that way?
You're mine. Dragon Form. Sword Rain Alpha! Wind! Lunarongo! Stardust! This isn't looking good.
I'll be saving this one.
Engulf you! On your knees. I'm on it. You're finished! Dragon Form! Wind! Lunarongo!
Resonate with the air to see what I can. I'm just getting started.
You picked the wrong fight. On your Dragon Form! Do it! Go away! Blow them away!
Far enough! Thunder Field!
First strike! What you threw! You hear it? Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
There we go. But it's
I
still
can
normal.
feel my power growing!
Yeah, exactly. Like, I guess even at that point too, like a character that's like super smart and also super strong, it's like Superman, I guess is a good example of that, right? It's
What do you
like,
say we check back in on the ranch?
The character's gotta have a flaw somewhere. Like, I was okay for a long time. I hated Superman outright, for pretty much the exact same reasons that we're talking about now, actually. But there was a point in time when I took a step back and looked at Superman. I think it was because of Death Battle, if I recall correctly. And now I can't confirm this because I've never consumed this media myself, but apparently... Oh, does this lead somewhere? Early on in... that'd be cool if that eventually led somewhere. In the Superman existence, if you will, I guess. Apparently... there was a lot more nuance to his character, and he wasn't just like he was super powered, but he wasn't all powerful. And apparently, that's a much more well, I say much more, like, probably still 20 years ago, but like a more modern version of his character, which I was like, damn, why didn't they stick to that? Like, that's like old Superman sounded way cooler than current Superman, more for that matter. I was really sad when I learned that. I was like, what? Superman actually used to be like somewhat interesting? They fucking ruined it? God damn it, man. Obviously, I don't know for certain what any of the nuance or details behind that, but still.
Sleeping on the ground beneath the heavens like this? Why, it's hard to complain.
Yeah, I think another good example of that is Dimitri from Three Houses. You know, he's super powered. Well, I mean, super powered in relation, right? Like, he's the super strength quirk that he's kind of got going on, right? It was interesting to see how they like contrast that. They didn't just make it something that like it wasn't like a boon to his character. It was also a flaw. There was plenty of things about it, like him breaking weapons faster and so on and so forth. Even though I don't think that really correlated to gameplay so much as it correlated just to the story, right? But I guess honestly, it boils down to even like without talking about overpowered characters, it's more just about characters being flawed. You know, much like their video game characters' counterparts, real life human beings. But sorry, I don't know why I decided to say it like that. In my head, I was like, that's a funny way to say that.
This flavor, why, it rivals the cooking of my own chefs in the palace.
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little?
You're still awake?
I've always been something of a night owl. Ever since back when I was someone's property. Turning in for the night only made the next day come quicker.
Yeah?
I wasn't in any great rush.
Sorry.
What about yourself? Care to share something from before I knew you? You were part of a mage clan, right? Must have been handy being able to rely on magic for everything.
Hardly. In fact, not at all. Magic's not so special when you're not allowed to use it. Always scared of who might be watching?
Right. Sorry about that. I guess I've read too many fairy tales.
We were still made to study it every day. It doesn't make any sense if you think about it, studying the very thing you're being persecuted for. But that's what we did. Just like our parents and their parents before them. Honestly, I don't even know how far back it goes.
If memory serves, mages have been the stuff of legend for ages. Even as far back as 3 centuries ago, they were myths. Your people were persecuted even before the Renans got here.
Yeah, the more I think about it, the less it makes sense, though. I mean, it was astral arts that let the Renans dominate Dana, right? Why didn't mages end up being the rulers of Dana, then?
Maybe they tried, but they just didn't have the numbers. Or maybe domination just wasn't something they were interested in. Have you ever considered it might have been something like that?
I guess I haven't.
I wonder why magic alone attracted the attention it did. Swords can be just as lethal in the right hands. Why not ban them?
My best guess? Swordsmanship can be learned by anyone. Magic's more of an exclusive club.
So,
fear the
you have
unknown,
gifts
right?
Or you don't. When something's not easily obtainable, it's hard to comprehend.
Yep.
People are scared of what they don't understand. And fear leads to persecution.
Fuck, I love Alpha.
So the problem's not
That's
magic.
a good character.
It could just as easily have been anything.
Yeah. Night, everyone!
Actually, do you know if these little conversations do anything for
Another
the story?
day, another Gald.
Or are they just literally like extra stuff? Okay. I figured they wouldn't. I mean, they've been so heavy-handed with the relationship stuff that like I knew that wasn't going to be the case. I was very certain that wasn't going to be anything. But at the same time, I wasn't sure. So we can fast travel here, but why? There's something. This little pool here is going to be something eventually. I know it. I can fucking smell it. So we were here. So we come up here, head left, go to here. That said, though, it is 1:11 a.m. and I said we were gonna end at about 1 a.m. my time. We went about 5 hours, which is good considering I started as late as I did. Up to 45 hours deep. Then alright. Unexplained. Okay. I was gonna say, uh-oh. That's fair. Just trying to think as soon as you keep running. Oof, itchy. I guess that's fair. Yeah, I mean, we've gushed about it and talked about it at length. I don't know. It's funny, and I know that I'll probably even mention this again. I'm a broken record about this stuff while I try to like figure it out for myself. But I really do like the contrast between Arise and its predecessors. Now, obviously, I think it's perfectly acceptable to look at this game and think it's not what you wanted. In terms of like older fans, right? That's fine. I think that there's a lot of things about this that don't really scream Tales up. But at the same time, as a standalone game, or even if you remove the gameplay, like I know I've said this. I'm a fucking massive broken record about this. I think I've said it about literally every game that we've played. If it's a turn-based game, you know, I'm like, oh, you know, I'm not a big fan of turn-based games, but how many fucking turn-based games do I play on stream? Plenty. You know, it's like, I obviously am maybe an outlier, but I definitely am a person who is capable of throwing gameplay out the window in order to experience a story that I like. Tales of Legendia is a good example. Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII is not a bad game gameplay-wise necessarily. I just didn't really feel it. It wasn't my thing really, but I still love the shit out of the game, and it's a very fond memory for me, right? So it's like, maybe I'm an outlier in that case, but like I know that I'm capable of doing that, so yeah. But even then, getting used to the combat in this game, it feels really good to chain shit together. When you finally get a combo going that feels good, and you hit your ground combo, then you bring them to the air, hit your air combo, and then you slam down on them, and you're like, yeah, motherfucker, eat shit. And then the power moves come out, and it's all flashy, even though it's like super repetitive. It just feels good. It honestly, the only gripe I really had with it is that it didn't feel like a Tales game, so I wasn't instantly like just snapping in and being like, all right, this is familiar territory. Which, honestly, in a way, thinking about it, and this is probably a hot take. I'm willing to accept this is a hot take. It's probably for the better. I was gonna say Mr. Yeah, I figured we would. That's a staple of the series too. They tend to do that. Some games it's like a new game plus content. Sometimes it's like an unlock that you have to get separate. So on and so forth. But yeah. But that's good to know though. I'm glad because those Mystic Arts look super cool too. Not easy in that time frame. No, probably not. I mean, I think we could do it. I think we've chained together quite a few arts like that, so we could probably figure it out. But yeah, I don't know. I think that's this being so vastly different is probably a good thing. For as much as I would have loved to see Tales of evolve into something beautiful over time. And that it did do a good job at doing that over the course of its over the course of his existence. I think that doing something drastically new and different kind of allowed them to take a step in a direction that they probably would have had to wait a long time to do. And while I was worried originally about what happens next, what's after Tales of Arise, right? And Lunarium doesn't count. If anyone says Lunarium, out, get out. Actually, Lunarium looks like it's gonna be okay, but still, mobile Tales of, this isn't gonna do it for me. It's never done it for me, and as much as I like mobile games, or I'm willing to stomach mobile games for that matter, I just don't think I can do it. I'll try it. Boy, oh boy, I'll try it, but oh god, I don't think it's gonna be good. But besides the point, I think whatever Tales of Arise 2, or the next, mainline Tales game, is going to be an interesting take, because I don't think, like, a Tales of Arise is fine. Even a lot of fans of the series aren't, shitting on it. They're mostly just saying it's not for them. I think, actually, the Tales of community has been probably one of the most wholesome fucking communities I've ever been a part of. So, that's cool. But, I don't know, how are people going to react if the next Tales game isn't either A, very different, or B, is just an evolution on this. I don't know. I feel like, well, I'm going to be fine with it. I think I'm honestly to a point where I think I'll be fine with it. I'm curious if other people won't be. I guess for one thing, I don't want people who have loved this series to end up hating it, right? I don't think that'll be the case. I think that's like the extreme in a way. But also, it'd be cool to get I've been talking about this for a long time. I'd like to see a Tales of Zestiria 2. I want to see a sequel to it. I know a lot of people didn't like Zestiria, but I thought that its story set itself up very well. It's just that the gameplay was very one note, and honestly, they tried something new and fresh and interesting that just didn't hit, and so on and so forth. But especially in the boss battles where it's like, if I do this, I'll die. Yeah. A1 series stay the same. Yeah, me too, though. Don't get me wrong. It's just one of those weary things of, like, if things change too drastically too quickly, it can be jarring and very hard to deal with. And I think that, honestly, it was something that did hit me. I don't think it hit me as hard as other people. For certain, because I was obviously able to get past it pretty quickly. It's like playing the same game over and over and over again. And yeah, that's true too. Although I think Tales is definitely different in that regard. I think Tales has done a pretty good job at being different each time. I would say, except for some of the early games, obviously Fantasia, Destiny, and I think it's not really Destiny, but mostly Fantasia and Eternia were pretty much the exact same game. I'd say Abyss and Vesperia are very similar. And I think pretty much everything past that point was very different from one another. Which is surprising to me, actually, thinking about it, because you look at Final Fantasy, it's all very same. A lot of Final Fantasy games play very much the same. 3D or 2D, it doesn't really matter much. Until you get to Final Fantasy 12. Where they really started to switch things up as you game to game, right? At least I think that's where they started. I could be wrong on that. I mean, 10 had, I guess, a little bit different, but it was still pretty much just turn-based. Generic turn-based. There was a couple cool, interesting things they did, but for the most part, just not easy to understand combat-wise. Yeah, Vesperia, I think there's still a lot of things that I'm learning about the Tales of series that I know are in Vesperia, that I knew they were there, that we just never did. Because it was our first in the series, right? Me and Kara. So there, that's perfect. That's a perfect way of describing it, right? For newcomers, Vesperia, there's tons of shit you're just not gonna understand. No, you can still get through the game probably perfectly fine. It's just for instance, I don't think we ever did a single Mystic art. Because I think we knew they existed, but didn't have a fucking clue how to do them. It only really changed around 15. And then became a new style. Yeah, I mean, 12 changed in a way where, like, it was kind of like auto-rotating combat. But I guess it honestly, realistically, was still pretty much the same thing. Just, I don't know, actually, I'm not certain how I'd describe that. But either way. Yeah, I guess I'm just at a point now where, like, I think Arise is a very good game. Obviously, we haven't beaten it. There's still plenty of room for the game to, like, dash my hopes, I'm sure. Now, do I think it will? Probably not. But, you know, just being fair where fair is deserved, right? It's like, I shouldn't really give a final verdict to a game I haven't finished. But yeah, so I think the more I go through it, though, I think that, I mean, sure, there's still room for this to be someone's, you know, someone to not like because it's not something that they're into, I guess, right? Like, fuck, the themes could even be something that people are just like, I don't know if I like stories that tell these kinds of stories or so on and so forth. That's perfectly fine. I think that's, you know, like on a personal bias level, that's whatever. But, like, I don't know. I guess I want to gush. I want to gush so hard about Arise. But for the time being, I think I'll leave it at I fucking love it. The story's been fucking great. Everything's been super wonderful. And I guess for the record, I'd recommend it to pretty much anyone. You know what I'll say, for fairness sake, the only thing that I think Tales of Arise dropped the ball on super fucking hard, and like it's something they could definitely redeem themselves on for certain, but something that they definitely didn't need to do away with, and that's co-op. I still think the game could have handled co-op art. Would it have been a bit janky and definitely break the game a bit? Yeah, sure. But, like, at that point, honestly, you're just playing to play with your friend. It's make it so that, like, I don't know. I mean, at that point, honestly, you could just play on the hardest difficulty, and I'm sure that would equal out a bit. My friend gave up on this game because he didn't like repeating the same art multiple times would move you backwards. Wait, really? Honestly, I shouldn't act surprised. GTA, for as much as GTA is into a lot of like really older, like generally like even somewhat jankier games sometimes, he's been off-put by some weird things like that too. In all fairness, maybe not anything like that specifically, but so I suppose yeah, people have their moments of like of things that just irk them in a way that wouldn't really be understandable by other people, I guess, but you're not supposed to do that. Yeah, exactly. Never cared about. No, I mean I was being exaggerative. I was just trying to be hyperbolic for whatever reason. I don't know why. Obviously, it's not like this blight that I think stains the game, but at the same time, it is really sad that it's not there. And it would be cool if they added it in, because I think they can. I mean, maybe it was like a technical difficulty thing that they can just like fix now in like a free DLC later on down the line or something. But like, even if they didn't, it's not the end of the world. It's just a bit annoying. Especially since I bought the game originally with the anticipation. I was like, oh, I'll lug my PS5 over to Kyra's place later on when she's got time, maybe on like one of her vacations sometime, and we'll just fucking like co-op the shit out of the game, just like beat it out in a week or something, right? But now that it was like I think like a day after I pre-ordered it, I was like, oh wait, there is no co-op, like shit. So, oops. But yeah, no, I don't know. It doesn't really matter a whole lot. Yeah. But hey, anyways, that's it, guys. It is almost 1:30, and I meant to get off at 1. So yeah, I'm gonna thank everyone for hanging out.